This conference will now be recorded.
Bam. So we have a new IT guy running the meeting tonight. So if it goes haywire, it's all Stan's fault. All right. Notice is hereby given that the Lago Vista City Council is holding a regular meeting on Thursday, February 4th, 2021 at 5:30 p.m. as prescribed by VTCA Government Code Section 551.041 to consider the following agenda items. Sandra, please note we have all of our council members. There we go.
Sorry, guys. Technical difficulties on my end.
Sandra, please note we have all of our council members in attendance tonight. So first, we start with the executive session. One, we convene into a closed executive session pursuant to sections 551.071, advice of counsel, 551.072, real property, 551.074, personnel, section 551.087, economic development, Texas Government Code, and section 1.05, Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct regarding A, consultation with legal counsel and possible action concerning any regular meeting agenda item requiring confidential attorney-client advice necessitated by the deliberation or discussion of said item, and this is as needed. B, consultation with legal counsel regarding Lago Quality Foods LLC DBA Baker's Bar and Grill Concession Services Contract. C, consultation with legal counsel regarding compromise and settlement agreement with American Girl Grill and Catering. D, consultation with legal counsel regarding the sale of city property at 20806 Nanza. E, consultation with legal counsel regarding pending or threatened litigation pertaining to cause number D-1-GN-20-004617, Lisi Reed versus City of Lago Vista, Travis County, 250th District Court. F, consultation with legal counsel regarding pending or threatened litigation pertaining to cause number D-1-GN-20-007701, David Stewart versus City of Lago Vista, Travis County, 98th District Court.
Under executive session.
G, consultation with legal counsel regarding pending or threatened litigation pertaining to cause number D-1-GN-21-000345, Brenton Christian and Martina Christian versus City of Lago Vista, Travis County, 201st District Court. H, discussion regarding the sale of strip of property adjacent to 2605 Wilson.
Executive session.
Discussion regarding the purchase. Discussion regarding the purchase of a lot of Bronco Lane to install utility infrastructure and authorize the city manager to execute the purchase. And J, discussion regarding the purchase of approximately 10 acres of commercial property and authorize the city manager to execute the purchase. And we convened at 5:33 p.m. We'll be back at 6:30. And Sandra, you okay? You'll help them get to the other room. Thank you. 5:33. All right. Leave. Leave me.
Good evening, Mr. Smith. They just went into executive session. Roger's in the process of transporting to that.
How you doing, Paul?
Oh, very good, Paul. Nice to see you this evening. How are you? We dropped off some food for Father Don yesterday.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, he needs some love.
Yeah.
You dropped off some what?
Food. My wife, she's on the committee to take food to Father Raj or Father Don. Or
Oh,
whoever.
okay.
Very nice.
So, we dropped off some stew yesterday. I had the kids do it. He's always excited to see the children.
Mm.
Good.
Yeah, he said he's in town through I guess March 1st, right?
Huh.
March 1st depends upon if there's a hitch in Father Raj getting back.
Oh, okay, I see. I wasn't sure when Father Raj was coming back.
He's scheduled to be back on the 4th. But we don't know. It's a quarantine, and apparently now it's hitting India really hard.
Oh, is it ramping up? You know,
Yeah.
I actually saw a metric this morning from the CDC, and at current vaccination rates, they anticipate herd immunity in the US by September of this year.
Really?
Yeah, we'll see if that pans out. I hope so.
Yes.
I
Yes.
hope so.
Plus, then I don't know if Father Raj is going to have to take that 14-day quarantine either. I guess it depends upon in order for him to get back, he needs the test 3 days before he departs. So maybe with that, he's not going to need to take that 14-day quarantine. I have no idea.
Well, he's not really big on wearing the masks, so we'll see. Hopefully he's comes back good and healthy.
Yes.
Hmm.
Yes.
How are you guys doing, you and Paul?
We're doing good. How about you and your family?
Oh, we're doing good. Thank you for asking. We got water in our new swimming pool a week ago, and the kids are just asking me all day, Dad, please heat it, please heat it. And I'm out there, I'm looking, we've got a 500-gallon propane tank, and it just sucks the propane out of there at a rate of about 5 gallons an hour. So.
The propane?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, so you've got a heated pool.
Yes, ma'am. I don't keep it heated, but I do have the ability to heat it, and the children desperately want me to heat that pool. But when you've got an ambient temperature of, say, 60 degrees in the pool or 55 degrees, and you've got to heat it for 20 hours and burn 100 gallons of propane to do it. So.
Yeah.
Wow.
How big is it, Paul?
I think the number was 24,500 gallons.
Yeah.
And when I get my water bill soon, I can, it'll vouch for that. And I'll be vouching for that for the next 12 months with my sewer rate, no doubt.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, you'll be scot-free until next year. next year because they do it November. Oh, it is January and February for your usage fee.
Yep. And I mean, what do? You got to fill the pool up. So we're going to pay for that on the sewer rate,
Oh,
unfortunately.
yeah. Yes. Who put the pool in?
A company called Edgewater Pools,
Oh,
a referral from a sister of mine who's he's a neighbor of over in Treviso. He's a good guy. It's taken a long time, you know, as you know, out here with just getting labor and contractors out to any type of project in Lago Vista is difficult. Well, not just Lago Vista, anywhere for that matter.
yes.
And so it's been a slow 8 months, but we're there and they're good. Deanna's homeschooling the kids part-time, and they go to Sterling Classical. It's like 2 days a week it's at Sterling, and then 2 days a week or 3 days a week homeschooling. And
What's Sterling?
I'm sorry?
What is Sterling?
Oh, it's a little private Christian school on 1431 on the left, headed towards Cedar Park, just before Treviso. So like where that turning lane is for Treviso, it's on the left before you get there. It's very small.
Okay.
There's like depending on the school grade, the grade level, it's anywhere between 6 and 10 students per class. So it's really small. It's good, you know, Christian stuff. So we like it a lot. They're good people over there. And it was an alternative for us because of the uncertainty at the beginning of the school year with the COVID stuff. There was some uncertainty with Lago Vista as to, you know, how much was going to be homeschool, when were they going to open. So we opted for certainty for this year. We're on the fence about doing it again next year. We'll see.
Okay.
We'll
How
see.
many teachers are there?
I'm
Is there-
trying to do a count. I'll bet you there's not I don't know for sure. I'm just guessing maybe 12,
Oh, okay.
but it's K through 12. It's K
Oh,
through.
okay.
They don't have a lot of, because it's so small, you know, there's not a lot of extracurricular options. And when they play the sports, like the volleyball that my daughter's in, you know, they're having to go to Marble Falls, Georgetown, Round Rock. They spread it. They have to go pretty far to with that class of school, that size of school, to compete.
Yeah.
The one over, what's the name of that private school over in Marble Falls, just before you get to Marble Falls? Faith Academy. It's called
Which
Faith
one?
Academy.
Oh, okay.
That's another one that draws some students from Lago Vista as well. It's supposed to be a good school.
Long way to travel during the winter months.
Yes, ma'am. On that windy road, no doubt. Hey, Paul, you know, sometime, Paul, if you're interested, I'd love to have an offline conversation with you as a follow-on to some of the stuff we were talking about last night.
Okay.
I'd like to get your input on that, and you seem to have a strong interest in that as well.
Yeah,
And
I do. Yeah.
maybe we can come up with some ideas and present it to council. You know, I'm one of those that believes with vigorous debate, the best ideas are arrived at. So, you know, the more ideas we can put in front of them to ponder, potentially the better the work product.
Okay. Yeah, we could do that.
Cool. Well, they went into executive session. I think they should be out at about 6 o'clock. And then
Okay.
they'll start their stuff.
Well, I think they have a lot to discuss.
Oh my goodness, that executive session agenda. So the way the format is now with the city council is they do, I have to pull the agenda back up, but I think it's just 5:30 to 6, they go into executive session so that we citizenry will have certainty. We're not just sitting here, you know, not knowing when they're going to come out for 1 hour, 2 hours, et cetera, which is very courteous and nice. And then any unfinished executive session business, they reconvene after everything else on the agenda is covered.
Oh,
So
okay,
you guys will be going back into that late tonight.
okay. Well, we'll just wait.
I did like the idea about one of the discussion items was to break it up so that it wouldn't go during the middle of the night.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's wonderful. Paul, do you know why it starts so late?
It's because some people, there are some council members who have full-time jobs, and
Oh, okay.
it's pursuant to accommodating their schedules.
Oh, okay. Because I was thinking, and I have to agree with whoever that gentleman was that wrote that real long comments. He said, anybody past 9 o'clock at nighttime, they're tired. They want to go home, and I don't blame them. I couldn't make a very good decision at 9 o'clock at nighttime after working.
Well, they work really hard at what they do, and the attention to detail is so important. And when they get into these really long agendas, it's 1 in the morning, and
Yeah,
we're all waning at 11 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night. But I applaud them for doing that. And it'll be interesting seeing forward how things go forward. I think as our city continues to grow, there's going to continue to be more and more things that they're going to have to make decisions on as the growth comes. And I fear these agendas the length of these agendas is going to stay long for a while.
yeah.
Well, do you think it would help if they would meet weekly?
I think the charter would have to be, I personally think it would help, but I don't understand all the functions of government and the staff work that goes on behind the scenes, and if that's possible. The staff, they're already busting their rears and working really hard all the time. So I don't know what that would do to their workload, but I suppose if they could handle that added workload, it seems like a good idea to me. They're gonna be doing tonight. They're going to on one, I think it's an action item, address the charter review committee. We have to have another charter review, and they have to establish the committee. And to that end, they'll be announcing and soliciting from people applications to be on that charter review committee. And at that time, once that committee comes back to council with its ideas and proposals, it seems to me that might be an appropriate time to for citizens to suggest and encourage them to maybe meet more than twice a month. And that being the appropriate time, because I suspect the charter would have to be revised to allow for more than twice a month. But I'm just assuming that. I don't know. Maybe it's an ordinance thing, but don't know.
We don't know either.
We're just hanging there, waiting for them, I guess.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna turn my camera off so I don't get too self-conscious as I sit here and multitask on my workload.
Okay, not a problem.
Perfect. Oops.
camera, like a big camera until some everybody else's. I'm sure I'm gonna look and see.
Hey, John, are we in the right place?
Yes,
Okay.
takes a while for everybody to sign on.
Oh, okay.
There you
Oh,
go.
thank you.
You're welcome.
I think they're still in executive session too.
There's
I
a bunch
don't-
of people here, at least everybody's just got their cameras turned off. They're in executive session. They're got a big agenda there.
Okay,
April.
thank you.
Hey, John. Hi, Rob.
Rob,
Howdy, guys. And Lisa. Howdy.
Hi.
Well, hello, Darcy's back. Hello, Darcy.
Hello, Mayor Tidwell. Hello, City Council members. Long time no see.
Mr. Mayor, is my mic working now?
It is.
Okay, you're in the right one. Okay.
Nice. Thank you.
Hello, City Manager Roger Chant.
I believe we have it right. Arch, Paul, Dave, Shalane, Kevin, Dick, myself, Aaron's here, Roger's here. All right. Oh, gosh. Dun, dun, dun. Stan, are you listening, Stan? Dun, 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 dun.
he's up there.
I know. Darn it.
There is
Okay.
recording in progress if that's what you're after, Mayor.
No, normally I'm made a co-organizer. That way I have the ability to mute people as needed. I do not see that ability.
You are now the organizer.
All right. Who's organizer?
You.
Now I'm okay. I've got it. Bam. All right. And we are ready. Okay. All right, we reconvene from executive session into open session at 6:33 p.m. to act as deemed appropriate in city council's discretion regarding A, any necessary action regarding any regular meeting agenda items.
No action.
Any questions from the audience? Please note you are muted, so if you have a comment, you will have to unmute yourself. All right. B, any necessary action regarding Lago Quality Foods LLC?
Not at present.
Okay. Any comments from the audience on B? All right. C, any necessary action regarding compromise and settlement agreement with American Grove Grill?
As advised by council.
Okay. Any questions from the audience? Yes. Mr. Levy, you have a comment?
Yeah, I'm just curious, is that the same $35,000 that was never paid? Is that the same issue that y'all are continuing to deal with on that American Girl Grill that went to the DA?
It is the same company, yes.
And I'm just curious, has the DA never filed against those people?
There was a settlement agreement reached, and that's what we're discussing. That's what we're discussing.
Thank you.
Sir. All right. D, any necessary action regarding the sale of city property at 20806 Bonanza?
No action.
Action. Any comments from the citizens? All right. E, any necessary action regarding pending or threatened litigation pertaining to cause number Alicia Reed versus City of Lago Vista?
No action.
All right. Any comments from the audience? All right. F, any necessary action regarding pending or threatened litigation cause Dave Stewart versus City of Lago Vista?
No action.
All right. Any comments from the audience? All right. We go to G, any necessary action regarding pending or threatened litigation in the cause of Brenton Christian and Marion Christian versus City of Lago Vista? No, no action.
No action. No action.
Right. Any comments from the audience? No. All right. H, any necessary action regarding the sale of a strip of property adjacent to 2605 Wilson?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I make a motion that we approve the sale of the strip of property adjacent to 2605 Wilson and authorize the city manager to complete the sale and do the appropriate paperwork.
Second.
All right.
At the standard price of the other strips we have sold.
All right. So I have a motion and a second. Any discussion by council? All right. Any questions from the audience? Any comments? Yes, Mr. Levy.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to just take a second for a number of these strips that the city is trying, like the Dickens, to get the property owners that have put up to buy. There are at least 5 unlabeled narrow tracks in the city which run between 2 or more lots in the original plat. This is not including the single budding strips. It is quite possible that fee simple ownership of all of the unlabeled narrow strips passed directly to the respective purchasers of the abutting lots on each side on the conveyance of those lots. And because of conveyance by the doctrine of the strips and gores may not actually be listed in the actual deed to the properties themselves. After all, that's what the doctrine is for.
Larry,
it's for, yes?
Mr. Levy.
Pardon?
Real quick, we're talking 2605 Wilson. Does this pertain to Wilson, this address, this piece of property?
Is it pertaining to one of those separating strips?
Yeah, but we're not discussing those separating. This is all just 2605 Wilson.
Okay, so I'll just address 2605 Wilson then, and I'll just ask the council for the second or third time not to charge these people anything for that strip of land, nor anyone else that comes to you regarding these strips of land that I believe were taken through a defective judgment. So I think that the city used the doctrine of strips and gores. I think that if Erin is there, I don't know if she's on the site or not, but she should look and see through that judgment that 16 of the properties were actually waived because of the doctrine of strips and gores, which would make the balance of the majority of those properties make one wonder why they weren't also waived at the same time. Probably another interesting point that I haven't
All right,
looked
Mr.
into
Levy,
is,
we're
Yep.
getting off of Wilson again. And
okay. All right, well, I think I've made my point. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
thank you, sir. All right, so I have, anybody else comments? All right, so I have the motion and the second. Any further discussion by council? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. I, any necessary action regarding the purchase of a lot on Bronco Lane to install utility infrastructure and authorize the city manager to execute the purchase. I got this backwards, so let me go to the audience first. Any comments from the audience on this piece of property? All right. Oh, Ms. Jean Chopin.
Just a question, is there anything that you can tell us about this particular property, where it is located? I might have missed it in a previous time, where it's located and what it's gonna cost or anything?
It is on Bronco Lane. And that's all I'm going to share from executive session at this time.
Oh, okay.
Anybody else in the audience? All right. Council, any action?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
make a motion that we approve the purchase of a lot on Bronco Lane for the installation of infrastructure and authorize the city manager to execute the purchase.
I'll second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion from council? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. And we go to J. Any necessary action regarding the purchase of approximate 10 acres of commercial property and authorize the city manager to execute the purchase. Comments from the audience? Yes, Ms. DeVoe.
Mayor, is it the property that you guys are going to try to use for the Public Works Department and theoretically the land that you might use for the trash disposal place?
Yes.
Finally,
Yes.
thank you.
Anybody else from the audience? All right. Action from council?
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the purchase of approximately 10 acres of commercial property and authorize the city manager to execute the purchase
I'll second.
at the price discussed in executive session.
All right, so I have a motion and a second from Councilor Sullivan. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. Mr. Moody, I had to mute you because I could hear a vacuum cleaner or something running in the background.
Not here.
Okay. All right, so now we're going to go into our regular meeting, and we're going to start our regular meeting. Yes, Councilor Marion.
No, I'm just getting ready to, items of community interest.
Oh, okay, we'll get there. We're going to our regular meeting, and we're going to start our regular meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance to the U.S. and the Texas flag. So if you'll join me, I'm going to stand. We'll start with the U.S. flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, and now the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. All right. Citizen comments. In accordance with the Open Meetings Act, council is prohibited from acting or discussing other than factual responses to specific questions, any items not on the agenda. And I have one person who has signed up to speak, and that is Mr. John Moody. Mr. Moody, you are recognized at this time. You can unmute yourself, and you have the floor. You have 3 minutes.
All right, it's not going to take 3 minutes, but my name is John Moody, residing at 20,000 Lincoln Cove since 2010. At your last council meeting, I briefly spoke and questioned the placement of the Firefly Cove sign that presents a hazard for cars and trucks exiting Lincoln Cove. I would like the status of my request to have the sign moved. There are 38 homes on Lincoln Cove and 7 porticos. Now, times 2 cars per household, that's a lot of traffic. There's only one way out of Lincoln Cove. And
all right, so I do apologize. I didn't get to your request as fast as I would have liked to. I have it on my list here on my desk, but I did not get to it as fast as would have liked to. However, my city engineer, Eric, has been out to survey and inspect the area, and is Eric on here?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes, would you like to comment on status in addition to what I said?
Yes, Mayor, and I do want to apologize. We did take a look at the site. However, it was done late this afternoon, and we haven't had time to make an analysis. Usually the analysis is done based on the Texas Uniform Traffic Control Devices and the AASHTO design guidelines, otherwise known as the Green Book. So we haven't had the chance to do an analysis on that yet to determine if it's according to general construction standards.
if you pull up on Lincoln Cove, you're in the bullseye of the cars coming down Loman Ford around that curve. I've seen so many cars slide dry pavement and wet pavement. That's why that house has big boulders on the corner there.
Yeah.
But I don't want to be in the bullseye. I was in a car accident in '91 in San Antonio. I'm still hurting from it.
So I do apologize. I did not get staff on it as fast as I'd have liked to, but I do have staff working on it now, and we'll get you some more information as soon as we can.
Can I be made abreast of the status?
Yes, I will make sure I email you. I've got your email, so I will make sure I email you where we're at.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. All right, Mr. Moody is the only one that I had sign up. Is there anyone who did not sign up who would like to address council? All right, we will go into items of community interest then. Make sure I didn't miss any hands. All right. So items of community interest pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.0415, the City Council may report on any of the following items: expressions of thanks, gratitude, and condolences, information regarding holiday schedules, recognition of individuals, reminders regarding City Council events, reminders regarding community events, and health and safety announcements. I have a couple of announcements. First of all, February 15th is President's Day. City offices will be closed in observance. And our Green Center is open this Saturday. Community event. That is the only two that I have on my list. Councilor Marion, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, a couple of things. I would like to extend a couple of congratulations. The first being to the Lago Vista ISD Lady Vikings basketball team, who won district by beating out Blanco. So congratulations to the team, the coaches, and the parents who support those players. And then another congratulations to the Lago Vista Blue team, who placed second overall in the golf tournament that was held just the other day on Monday. And specifically to Braden Smith, who placed third, and Knox Renfro, who placed eighth. So way to go. Love to celebrate accomplishments of our youth.
Yes. Very good. That's, if I'm not mistaken, isn't that 2 state titles we've taken now in ISD this year? Didn't we take something earlier?
So the basketball one was a district championship, and then the football team a few weeks ago also had one. I think it was district that they won. And the cheerleaders won state.
State.
The cheerleaders won state a couple of weeks ago as well.
Yes. That's what I was thinking, cheerleaders. All right, Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to let everybody know that the Lions will be having their blood drive here in February on the 20th, and be looking on social media. I'll be putting out some notes about that to tell you how to sign up and come give blood. Thanks so much.
Councilor Sullivan, do you know, is it just going to be a blood drive, or will they be doing is there any chance they're doing the plasma collection for COVID?
I don't know, your Mayor. I can certainly ask and find out. Normally when they come, it's just blood collection. I don't know that they ever, I'm not sure they're set up in the blood mobile to do that. I've never seen them do that.
Yeah, I've just heard commercials where We Are Blood was doing people that have actually had the COVID were able to give plasma. So I just didn't know if they were doing that or not. But, all right, thank you.
Yeah, I know when you take the link to sign up, it doesn't give you any option to say you want to give plasma. It's just a blood donation sign up. And so my guess is the answer is probably no, but I'll try and find out and provide more info.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? I think Lions Club has a street cleanup coming the 13th, I believe.
Yes, it's the 13th at 8:30 a.m. in the morning. Meet up at Loman and Dawn.
All right. Thank you. Ms. DeVoe.
Yes, yes, I did. I just wanted to remind everybody that in the your water bill this week, that there was a little thing in there that says they will no longer be taking credit cards on auto pay as of next month. So I don't know if anyone has their water bill on auto pay like I do, but you will need to either start giving them a check or give them your bank account. They will no longer take a credit card for auto pay. So that was in there. So if you're set up for auto pay, you will be late next month. Want to warn people.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Anybody else? No? Okay. We will move into public hearing and possible action. First, consideration. So yes, this is the first meeting of the month, so this is the first consideration for these items. Number 3, the Lago Vista City Council is holding a public hearing to consider an ordinance of the City Council of Lago Vista, Texas, amending the official zoning map by changing the zoning district for the property located at 18504, 18507, 18514, and 18607 Lakeshore Point, approximately 18.039 acres of land in the W.B. Corwin Survey, abstract number 2709, Travis County, Texas, and lot 130-FS of the Marshalls Vista subdivision from TR1 temporary restricted and PDD Land Development District to a PDD with design approval to be referred to as the Nature's Point Plan Development District, and providing for related matters. Let me bring up my thing here. This is number 3. So I'll bring Roy in here in a little bit, but this says a portion of the packet warrants explanation as it is otherwise confusing. Almost all of the property for this development was recently annexed. The exception is a small triangular lot, which is the 130-FS that was referenced. This is near the intersection of the existing private drive, Lakeshore Point and Lakeshore Boulevard. It was already part of the city. It's already in our city limits and is included in the approval for the undeveloped golf course community known as Marshall Vistas PDD. It was originally to be used as a private utility lot. As a result, the packet includes that entire ordinance in order to document the existing zoning rights associated with just that little triangular lot. With the support of the applicant, the Planning and Zoning Commission unanimously, with all 7 members present and participating, recommended approval of the request subject to a revised landscaping plan that includes compliance with current ordinance requirements relating to the Phase 1 and Phase 2 surface parking lots near Lakeshore Boulevard. The deficiencies involve a relatively minor number of trees, but given the overall high quality of the rest of the landscaping plan, it seems safe to assume that this was simply an oversight. Something to note, that I don't believe this is part of the PDD, but when construction permits are issued for Phase 1, the Public Works Department will be obligated to complete an existing gap of almost 300 feet in our sewer main to provide service to this property or the previously approved Lakeshore Boulevard PDD. This is not an extension, but a portion of an improvement that was previously dedicated to the city and that we are therefore already obligated to maintain. Already budgeted to be completed by the Public Works staff. At the time, there was just no one that needed it. Now they will be needing it. So that is the summary, and I will open the public hearing at 6:58 p.m. Click back on here. So at this time, Roy, would you like to add to that at all? Do you have anything to add?
No, sir, that you did fine.
Well,
all right.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to make sure one clarification. Our city engineer is telling me 3,000 feet, not 300 feet.
Oh, did I misread?
No, you did not. I think there was a typo in the,
Okay. So update 3,000 feet, not 300. But it is still something that we were already on the hook for. So it's not something that's new. It's just something that has not been finished out because no one was needing it yet. So we have the applicant here. So I will allow her to address council at this time.
Thank you, Mayor Tidwell. I elected not to do a presentation this time in that really our project hasn't changed since the last time we met. We did flesh it out in greater detail and have corrected our landscape plan to include the missing trees. I think there were 7 trees that needed to be added. We're absolutely happy to add that and have made that modification. We've substantially, actually completely left the PDD request in the same format it was before the council before and as approved by planning and zoning.
All right, thank you very much. So at this time, I'll open it up to council for questions, comments. Myself, Roy, or the applicant. Yes, Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a couple questions and then a comment. Can you help me understand the mechanism? I'm not sure where that echo is coming from.
Hold on.
Okay.
There we go. Now try.
Okay. What the mechanism was that caused the city to be on the hook for the 3,000-foot extension? I don't understand that.
I'll let Roy or Eric describe why that line was laid but not finished.
Mayor, if I may, the line originally was installed by city staff and it wasn't finished because the gap in between fell under the jurisdiction of the Villa Montalcino property. And as you know, we were under litigation proceedings at the time. How this came about was when Nature's Point came to the city asking for a development agreement. City council at the time had indicated that the city would fill in that gap so that it would make it possible for the rest of the development in that area to be developed.
Okay, so there was a previous agreement where we voluntarily said, okay. The second question was, it was around the trees and the fee to be paid if they decide to cut them down, and it indicates in there that they'll pay $50 per caliper inch, and I know we just recently changed that fee, and so I'm just curious why the new fee wouldn't be in effect for this particular situation.
All right. So I don't know if that was already in the previous decision or not. So I'll have to bring Roy in on that one.
Yes, sir. It was part of their request. You can certainly approve it subject to that change. Now, having said that, their existing landscaping plan, I think it provides for replacement of all the displaced protected trees regardless. So I'm not sure it would necessarily be relevant anyway, but you know, the reality is this all started when it was $50, and simply the applicant didn't amend their request. And since it's a PDD, they have the right to ask.
Fair enough. And I think in the contract, I thought I saw it say that, you know, they would either replace or they would pay the fee. So the fee is in play according to the contract by what I read. But I agree with you. They did start all this while it was $50, and so I get that. And then the one last comment that I was going to make is I noticed the two complainants or the respondents by the neighbors that they complained that this has been single family and it should stay that way. But the question I was going to ask, I guess, is that some of these PDDs have been in place since the aughts. So, and those PDDs allowed for commercial development. So, is it not true that previous PDDs that go back 15 years envisioned commercial development on this land?
Not on this specific piece of property.
Okay. Okay.
And,
Fair enough.
and
That was all I had.
to address your question, I think they're relying on even older deed restrictions that predate the city of Lago Vista. They're very old subdivision regs, and they're deed restrictions that Mr. Payne thinks exists. And you know, your decision doesn't preclude his ability to assert those rights if they do exist. So, but that's the nature or the source of his comment, if you will.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Councilor Prince.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to comment on the tree thing that when we, and I was in building standards at the time, when we made that proposal for change, which council approved, it was really to change the numbers so that it was high enough number to get the city out of the business of replacing trees, so that it would make more sense for the developer to replace their own trees rather than pay the city to do it. So I would suggest that as we get down to a final decision here, that is an appropriate change request in this document, to change that to 250, not to cause them more expense, but simply to make it clear that they're probably going to do it themselves, not pay the city to do it.
All right. Anyone else on council? All right. And I will open it up to the audience for comments at this time. Ms. Jean Jopin.
Apologies, slow with the clicker. Yes, I have a couple of questions with regard to the plan. Sorry, nervous. There was one question is the 3,000 feet where the fill-in is for the sewer system. Is that 3,000 feet going down Lakeshore Point, or is it 3,000 feet going across Lakeshore Boulevard?
It's Lakeshore Boulevard.
So is that going across my property where the 3,000 feet is?
I'll have to get Eric to chime in on that. I honestly don't know where the gap is
Well,
located.
my property is right next to the north side of, I mean, to the top side of Mr. Walter's property.
Right.
So I'm right, I'm their western neighbor.
Right, but the gap may be somewhere entirely remote is what I'm getting at.
That's so that the line does exist on both ends. The gap is in the middle, but I don't know exactly where in the middle the gap is.
That's my understanding.
Somebody was speaking, I didn't hear. So do we have nobody know, Eric doesn't know, that nobody knows the answer right now?
Well, thank you for putting words in my mouth. Just joking.
No, I didn't put words in your mouth. I'm asking. That was
I'm joking. I apologize. Bad tasting joke. The line that's missing is along Shoreline Ranch Boulevard. It's between Austin Boulevard and Lakeshore.
Oh, okay. Okay. Then my next question is that in reference to the retaining wall, because on the little maps, even though I kept blowing it up, I couldn't distinguish between the annotation, meaning which property line and fence versus retaining wall, that sort of a thing. So my question is that what is the difference between a retaining wall and there is noted on the western side, and the 6-foot screening wall, which is noted on the southern edge.
So our screening
And the
wall,
bottom line,
I'm sorry.
I was just going to say the bottom line of that is that I'm hoping that on my side of the property that there is going to be a 6-foot retaining wall with stone, or just like it's going to be on the south side of their neighbors.
You talking about the block view?
Yes, to block the tendency for people to like throw stuff over the fence when they can see things like that. Yes, it's going to be a parking lot there, so yes,
that would be more the screening wall. Provides a screen. The retaining wall is just what holds back the earth.
So it's not going to be a 6-foot retaining wall. Only a 6-foot screening wall. It's just a retaining wall. It's going to be for whatever is necessary.
Yes, depending on the terrain. Yeah, there will be walls that are, terraced to keep the earth from getting washed away when it rains and stuff.
Right. I wanted to get, it wasn't clear how it was annotated to me anyway. It just things had to be so small. My perception of it retaining wall and what the context was here. So that's why I just wanted clarification with regard to that. So I understand. So then back to the annotations on the western side of that northern part of the property, is that going to be a retaining wall? I mean, is that going to be a fence, just a fence, or is that going to be a screening wall like there is on the south side and between the other neighbors?
Yeah, I'm still not sure if you're clear on what a screening wall is and what a retaining wall is, but Ms. Lewis, do you want to address the question of fences and stuff?
I seem to be
Yeah.
Well, and Mayor, if you don't mind me chiming in, there's a draft ordinance that doesn't appear to have made it in your packet, and it defines exactly where the screening wall is going to be located based on the proximity of another residence. And I was going to refer you to that draft ordinance, but it seems to not be in your packet.
Okay.
And that probably has to do with, Sandra was gone for a few days and she, and then she did it on a Friday when I wasn't here, and it looks like it got left out, but I can send that to you.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm trying to look at the map and.
Well, and it's in their draft. It's so I can read it from there. The language will be the same if I can find it.
I think we need to kind of to provide a visual for Ms. Janjo.
Well, the visual's in there. She said she just couldn't zoom in close enough.
It's annotated. I mean, there's dashed, long dashes, short dashes. There's a variety of dashed types annotation. And when they overlay and cross over, I wasn't sure what was being annotated. And we had neighborhood talks prior to in the early stages, and we had talked about having a screening wall, even though there's a parking lot there. For the privacy of us neighbors. And because I couldn't discern, I wanted to go on record, I guess, that I would like the screening wall dividing my property from the business. I'm not against the development, but I am only one elderly person, and not all people are as I've learned with my dog situation, not all people are courteous and respectful. And that's something that we had we, us neighbors, had talked about with Mr. Walters in the early stages, is having a screening wall. And so along those lines as well, is that we had also had talked about having a 50-foot setback. And I believe on the south side, the original Nature's Point may not be on this. I haven't read the whole packet, but there again, also we talked about a 50-foot setback.
Yes, ma'am.
And the map.
Let me read you what is in the ordinance that is missing, the language. There is a 50-foot buffer around the entire property line, any other common property line. The 6-foot masonry wall will be located whenever there's a residence within 20 feet of the property line. Same thing will be true. It'll be provided whenever there's a service or a parking drive to ensure that it's more than 20 feet away.
To that point, what I would ask is that the developers, Mr. Walters et al. And his group, make an exception for me because I do not have a residence located within 20 feet of that side. My residence is not over there. But I would still like the masonry wall, and I would still like the 50 feet buffer that we had talked about in the neighborhood meetings. And the city may have no play in this. I'm just asking, so it's on the record. I'm asking to honor that, the 50-foot buffer as well.
The 50-foot buffer is in the ordinance. The masonry wall is only there with it if you have a residence within 20 feet.
And the 50-foot buffer, even though it's a parking lot? Because the maps don't
there regardless of what's there.
Okay, then maybe I'm not reading the maps correctly, because the lines, again, the lines in the small scale does not look like a 50-foot buffer from the northern parking lot and the western property line with me. That doesn't look like a 50-foot buffer.
Mr. Mayor, may I just help my friend Diane clarify a little bit? Diane, is it on the left side of the map, Diane? If you look at the left side of the map, the first set of dashes that go across the parking lot on the left side between your property and theirs, that's the 50-foot building setback. And it's within that 50-foot setback that I believe you're looking for some type of screening, correct?
I'm where,
Diane,
I believe they have to build a wall. I'm sorry, I could not hear.
Print it out? Are you looking at a printed out piece of paper, or are you looking at the map on your computer?
Well, I looked at both. I have a printout, but I mean, I have the capability of looking at it on the computer as well.
So I think what Roy's trying to tell you is that there's a 50-foot setback between your property and theirs.
No, I heard that, and I heard, I mean, and I acknowledged it. I'm just saying on the map, it didn't look like a 50-foot buffer. If it's a 50-foot buffer between me and the parking lot, then that's super.
Well, no, it's not. The parking lot
just doesn't look like it's a 50-foot.
The building setback is 50 foot. The buffer.
That's what I understand, Paul. I understand that. That's why I'm saying I just wanted it on record as an exception, because in our neighborhood talks and with the neighbors on the south side, it was in my understanding in our talks that it was going to be a 50-foot setback between the neighbors. And I was just asking that Mr. Walters and his group honor what we had talked about before they kind of fell through for other reasons as a neighborhood, to have a 50-foot setback with his neighbor boundaries. Even though I don't have a house, and even though it's a parking lot, I don't have a house within 20 feet with regard to the screening wall. And even though it's a parking lot, not a building, at my property line.
All right, thank you.
Mayor, can I ask Ms. Tangopin a question?
I had one other question.
Hold on just a second,
Okay.
Mr. Sullivan. Ms. Lewis, can I ask you to log out and log back in? For some reason, we've got you showing up twice. And I don't know if that's the issue, but whenever you go to speak, it just echoes. So I don't know why we have you on here twice, but
Mr. Mayor?
One left.
She should be okay now. It was the double connection. See if
Okay,
she can
now,
help you.
Ms. Lewis, try and speak to me, please.
Okay, is that better?
Yes, there we go.
And by the way, Sandra pointed out that the ordinance is in there. It's just at the end. I was looking for it at the beginning. It's on page 78.
All right. Well, thank you. Yeah, subchapter 302. All right. So now, Mr. Sullivan, you had a comment?
Not a comment, but a question for Ms. Jonjo-Penn. Ms. Jonjo-Penn, in looking at the maps, it appears as if on the southern end of your property, you have very heavy vegetation between you and Mr. Walters, but up by the parking lot, maybe not so much. And so my question is if they were to put a screening wall on the northern end that screened the parking lot from your property, would that suffice? Or are you looking for a wall all the way down the edge of your property?
There we go. Okay. Now, it doesn't show topography on these maps, but where it goes to heavy vegetation, there's a steep drop off. It's going towards the gully. And my property is weird because it's unusual because I have the property going down the west side of the gully and back up on their part. So my property goes up to the 725 from the gully, and because it's kind of confusing because you can't see topography on these maps.
Okay.
So yes, I'm not expecting a wall that's goes down the hillside to the lake and back up again. No, just on that northern portion where it's basically fields on both sides.
Exactly, and up where they're proposing the parking lot area. That's where you'd really like to have the screening wall.
Yes, and where they have the three, what are they, the bungalows as it goes down, that part is fairly.
Well, and Mr. Mayor, as a correction,
yes,
that's actually not a parking lot. It's just a fire lane.
Looks like a parking lot on the diagram.
The northwest corner of the property. Mr. Mayor, I just want to caution council, we are going well beyond what's to be considered for the zoning application.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I have one more question because of the maps.
You get into public hearings and.
One more quick question. On the same map that has it refers to there's a reference to a wide drainage easement that's referenced there. And I'm unclear about what that easement is since it's on my property and what the easement is relative to today's agenda item.
That was a notation by our surveyor based on an existing easement. It's not something that we're claiming or that we did.
Okay.
Oh, okay, it was on the maps. I wasn't aware of an easement, so that was a surprise for me.
My subject matter expertise on this one, so don't let me mislead you. But I do know that was a reference put there by our surveyor based on the documents they reviewed. But that's really all I know.
Understand. Thank you so much. I appreciate the time.
All right. Anybody else in the audience with comments? Mr. Durbin.
Yes, I want to make sure I understand something. The city is going to build or lay, what, 3,000 feet of sewer line
I see
to
what you're
this development? Is that the case? For free?
We are fixing a gap in an existing sewer line to make it functional.
saying. A sewer line that already belongs to us.
Yes.
It already, oh, okay,
It's
All
already dedicated and accepted.
okay, all right.
That's,
But I would like, any idea what that's gonna cost?
Eric's doing it with his own people. I don't know that they attached an equivalent cost to it, but I know there's a material cost.
Okay, all right. I pointed out what I believe to be an inequity 2 weeks ago when y'all charged somebody 40 some odd $1,000 to his lot, which was 3 lots down from some existing places for a water line, or you weren't going to give him a certificate of occupancy. I think this kind of helps demonstrate the inequities involved in that whole deal, and would like to ask y'all to consider some sort of relief for single-family homeowners that want to build on their lots. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else? Yes, Ms. Smith.
Thank you. Just a minute of your time. I just wanted in the front of the council's memory that the group of homeowners on adjoining lands opposes this development. And this is an area with, as you've already heard, long-standing issues regarding development, and it has been difficult to unearth the deed restrictions, but we get closer with each passing day, and we just don't want the city to go forward with cost and time and energy on a project that homeowners believe they will ultimately be able to enforce with single family deed restrictions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, anybody else from audience comments? All right. Well, this is the, like I say, this is the first consideration. Is there any discussion on from council to leave the public hearing open for the next meeting, or?
Is there a reason to close it? I mean, do we want to, if we're going to continue this over to the next one, would we want people to be able to comment again if they want to?
Yeah, that's it. It's one of those weird things. I have to close the public comment before, you know, the public hearing before we can take any action. And sometimes we do and sometimes we don't. So I have to try and, you know, kind of gauge whether I want to leave the public hearing open or not. But I mean, if we want to readdress, then I will leave the public hearing, leave it open, and we'll bring it back next meeting. All right, well, we will go on to number 4 then.
Thank you, Council.
I'm sorry?
Thank you, Council.
Yes. All right, number 4, the Lago Vista City Council is holding a public hearing to consider a conditional use permit application pursuant to Section 17 of Chapter 14 of the Lago Vista Code of Ordinances to allow for a detached garage that exceeds the maximum floor area allowed by Section 6.10 at 21001 National Drive, Country Club Estates, Section 10, Lot 2852A. Let's see, number 4. Okay, although there is a minor discrepancy between the documents that were submitted but prepared by others. The various plans that the applicant himself prepared shows a total floor area discussed in the land use report of 2,304 square feet. By comparison, the total floor area of the principal residence is 3,601.9 square feet. Absent approval of this conditional use permit, the ordinance limits the size of the proposed detached garage to 50% of the floor area of the principal residence, or 1,801 square feet, a difference of 503 square feet. There's relatively little discussion about the size of the proposed garage or the size of the existing garage across the street at 21102 National Drive. However, this was in the planning and zoning. There was, however, some discussion about the number of overhead doors and the proper way to mathematically describe the excess area percentage. The primary concern was the lack of the availability of the applicant. The applicant later confirmed that he was unaware of the date or that his participation was considered essential. Although certainly customary, it is not an absolute requirement included in the ordinance or the application form, so the applicant does not have to be present. There was a motion made to defer consideration of the recommendation pending the availability of the applicant to answer questions. However, that motion failed. A motion to recommend approval of the application subject to a condition that the colors of the new detached garage be similar to those on the primary residence was successful by a vote of 4-3. After the recommendation, the applicant was called and he was asked to attend all potential city council meetings in which his conditional use permit might be discussed or considered. Roy, do you have anything to add to that?
No, sir. That's it.
All right. Is the applicant in attendance?
Yes, we're here.
Oh, there they are. All right. All right. Well, I will open the public hearing at 7:31 p.m. And I'll start with council. Questions, comments? Yes, Councilor Prince.
Just a clarification, and this may be either Mr. Jambor or Mr. Williams if he was in the meeting. It was just stated that this was approved by planning and zoning by a vote of 4-3. And I'm trying to figure out, maybe Mr. Jambor, from your comments, were the votes against primarily because the applicant wasn't there, or was there some other reasoning behind the negative votes? It's that's such a close vote. I want to make sure that I understand that.
That was it. That there was the original motion was a motion to defer, and it failed. And there was never a motion to deny. They were just voting against the same people that voted to defer voted against the approval because they wanted a deferral.
Okay. Thank you. I know from my experience in my time on planning and zoning that there were a few members who felt very strongly that all applicants should be there, or they didn't want to make a decision. So it makes me feel better that at least those guys who I have a lot of respect for, it sounds like we're not saying this is a bad idea. They just on principle wanted the applicant to be there to have an interaction with them. So
So down here under Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation, it says one member who opposed the successful motion clearly thought that the size and appearance was inappropriate for the location. Another made it clear that he was opposing the motion because the applicant was unavailable. And the third member made no comments. So there you go.
Thank you. I should have that. That answers my question perfectly.
Anyone else? Council? No. All right. Paul, I'm sorry, I just have you as Paul, and I'm not looking at your application, so I don't know your last name or anything. Excuse me, but Paul, if you would like to address council, you may do so at this time.
Yes, I would. Thank you, Mayor. What we'd like to do is to have a 3-car garage because we've got 2 boats and a 3rd vehicle that we would like to put in undercover. And so we own all the lots around us with the exception of one that's directly behind that where the garage would be. And but we'd like to have a garage big enough to put everything in.
Mm-hmm.
And we want to have, what our intentions are is to have the garage match our existing home.
All right. Did the one property owner, did they comment at all? Did they turn in anything, Roy?
No, sir. There was a gentleman that spoke who was worried because of he couldn't understand the difference between the property line and where the paving started. He thought there was a proposal to put the garage much closer, and that's not accurate. It's 25-foot setback, just like everything else on that street. And once he heard that, he was satisfied.
All right. So just out of curiosity, in the summary, the existing garage across the street, 21102, what's the relevance to this application?
Just there's another big one right across the street.
Okay. That's what I figured, but. All right. Council, questions? Comments? Anything for the applicant? Yes, Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. In the packet, it talks about the fact that because the state law changed a year or so ago, we can't dictate materials. And I completely understand we cannot dictate in our ordinances building materials. But when an applicant comes to us seeking a variance, it seems like that situation is a negotiation, and we then have the ability to say, yes, we'll grant you a variance if you do X. And I think I asked this question before, and I'm right that we do have the right to ask for that if someone comes to us as a variance. Am I remembering that correctly?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
we have the right to contract. We can negotiate an agreement, like a development agreement. And in the development agreement, we can agree on building materials and things like that, not through the variance requirements, not as part of the variance.
Okay, and I'm asking this question because I'm trying to understand. It seems like in some instances we have that ability, and I understand it better with the development agreements. The other comment I was going to make is that I think the large garage that's noted across the street, caddy corner, isn't an apples to apples comparison. I don't think it's going to be anywhere near as big. My guess is that's only about 30 feet wide, and I believe the Smiths is going to be 60 or 65. So it is quite a bit of difference, but the fact that they own all the lots around there, I really don't have a problem with it. They've done it right. You know, they get a lot of property and they're trying to make it match their house. So I don't have an issue with it. I just wanted to point out, I don't know that one across the street is that good of a comparison. Thank you.
And just a side note, since it was addressed, I don't know if it's in this packet or the other packet, but there has been legislation filed that would exempt cities under 20,000 to those building standards. So ordinance may come back into play at some point this year. Maybe. We'll see. Yes, Councilor Marion.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of quick questions. I just heard the word variance used a couple of times. Was this in fact a variance? Because 2 folks just said that something about this variance. Was this a variance or was this a conditional use?
Conditional use.
Okay, because that would have brought about a whole host of other questions from me. Then I had a question. I think I saw this in the packet. I just want to make sure that I did. Is more than 50% of the surface of the combined lots going to be covered with impervious materials if this garage is built? Are we okay with impervious materials?
No, ma'am. And what the packet says, he's going to have to address that. Nobody's granting relief to that. And he's aware of it.
Okay, yeah, because I remember reading
Yeah,
that here. I
we-
just wasn't quite sure what that meant,
Right.
so.
We've even talked about exactly how he's going to achieve that. He
Okay.
may be removing paving and replacing it with pavers that you mow.
Okay, and then I think the last question I have is just about precedent. Is there any possibility that we could be setting any sort of precedent here?
In what way?
In, I guess, allowing all such requests that might come before P and Z? Like if one is approved and one is denied, could that lead to any sort of issue?
No. Each one's handled on a case by case, and we have approved some and denied some. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all the questions I had. Thank you, Mayor.
Anybody else on council? Yes, Councilor Prince.
Two comments, really. One is, this is not the first time that P&Z and council would have approved a building that's more than 50% size of the primary residence. And it seems to me that there are some kind of thought processes that go into those decisions, and they're actually logical, but I don't think we've necessarily documented them in our decision process in the ordinance. So I would suggest we may want to take a look at that, and maybe some of the language you look at later tonight will help along those lines. I don't want to solve it in the context of this application, but that's just something that I want to kind of get on the record. And then the second thing, again, a comment about our process, is both this topic and the next one we'll see in a minute. The applicant has had to do a whole bunch of hopping around and getting approvals. They had to go through building and standards, they had to go through planning and zoning, and now they're having to go through city council. So, you know, I wonder whether there's a way that we can make these type of requests a little bit simpler for the citizens, in that there's not multiple bodies that have to approve different pieces of it. And I believe, you know, just to be specific, I believe that some of the driveway things had to be approved in the building and standards, whereas the building itself has to be approved in planning and zoning, and now we're looking at it here. So it's not the most efficient, I think, either for our commissions or for the city council, and I would suggest that we may want to take a look at that as we go forward.
All right, thank you. Yeah, and I just know off the top of my head, a lot of the larger accessories that we've approved were on multiple lots. That seems to be a big consideration. So
yes, I would agree, and I was somewhat maybe not directly, but suggesting that may be something we may want to document in our decision process.
You got it.
all right, anyone else, council? All right, it's a public hearing, so at this time I will open it up to the public for comments. Yes, Mr. Durbin.
Yes, I think Councilman Sullivan is onto something here. But I would like somebody to explain to me the difference between a conditional use permit and a variance, because it appears both of them are the avoidance of having to comply with a particular city ordinance, which involves building something, a house, an outhouse, a outbuilding, whatever. So I'm very confused, and I understand what a variance is very well, but I would like to hear what the difference between the two is from somebody at the city.
All right, Roy, do you want to tackle that, or do you want me to?
Well, sure. And it's funny because Mr. Prince brought it up in terms of an item that's on your packet a little later to try and strengthen the criteria upon which approval will be based. And it's simply those two criteria are not the same criteria for a variance. The criteria is very specific, and they're in the next ordinance if you'll wait And those are not the criteria for variance.
I understand that, Mr. Jambor. What I'm saying that the criteria is different. I want to know what makes one a variance and one a conditional use permit.
Right. The desire for a different criteria. And
so basically, if you file an application for a conditional use permit, that allows for forum shopping. You can go in and say, well, there's no way I'll get a variance, but I can get a conditional use permit. So that's what I'll follow.
That's not correct.
Okay.
You're not entitled to, for an accessory building, apply for a variance.
Why not?
Because the ordinance says you're not.
Am I mistaken here? Are they trying to avoid having to comply with a particular building ordinance?
The city council in the past determined that they would have a very specific process for providing all forms of relief as it relates to an accessory building. That's not the same as the similar relief to a setback on something that's not an accessory building. It established some fairly, I thought, discernible criteria, but that needed to be strengthened. And that's one of the reasons the P&Z brought up the desired recommended amendments that are later in your packet. But those criteria for approval are, right, wrong, or otherwise, very different than the criteria for approval of a variance.
I'm not talking about the criteria. I'm just talking about what makes one a conditional use permit and one a variance. Because the applicant is attempting to avoid having to comply with a city ordinance. And I don't care what you call it. I mean, you can call it a conditional use permit. You can call it a peanut butter jelly sandwich or a duck. If you're trying to avoid complying with a particular ordinance, I believe that is probably a variance no matter what you call it.
Well, for example, a small accessory building is exempt from the setback. Is that illegal for the city council to write that ordinance?
Pardon me? That didn't make any sense. Can I direct the question to Erin? I think she probably would understand what I'm talking about better.
I'm sorry. Oh, for Erin?
Yeah. Erin, can you explain to me the difference from a legal standpoint? What the difference is between? Go ahead.
Variances are sought where literal compliance with the ordinance is impracticable because there's some specific condition on the property that makes it the right word's not coming to me, that you cannot comply with the ordinance. That's when you seek a variance. A conditional use permit has to do with the use of the property, allowing an additional use or some use that is not already authorized on the property, meaning a larger building or a building of a different type on that particular piece of property. It's not tied to the conditions of the property itself.
So the property is no longer going to be a residential. It's no longer going to be residential. That's the use of the property.
Well, but there are certain things that are allowed on certain types of property depending on how that property is zoned. So, for example, in this case, our zoning ordinance says you can only have these accessory structures at 50% of the size of the main structure. He's requesting to have a larger structure on his property. It has nothing to do with the size of the property that is creating that limitation or the need. So that is why it's a conditional use permit versus a variance where there's no way you can physically comply with the zoning ordinance. Therefore, you need a variance to allow you to do something different. One has to do with a physical condition on the property, the other one does not.
Okay, if that's the city's,
that's what the law says, sir.
If that's what the line is, that's what the ordinance say. I understand that.
But that's
But-
what case law tells us as well, sir, and the state statute says. That's how it's laid out in state statute
Mm,
and
All
case
right.
law in Texas.
Y'all can go to lunch and discuss case law. I want to get back to this request, this application. Yes, Mr. Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council, I would encourage you guys to approve the application. This lot, these were once 2 lots, it's now 1. He's increasing value. He's exercising his property rights in a manner that does not adversely impact his neighbors. None of his neighbors are upset about it. No one's, I think you guys should approve it. That's the bottom line. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else in the audience? Comments? All right, I'll bring it back to council to see, do we continue this into the next meeting or not?
Mr. Mayor,
Uh-huh.
I don't see that going into the next meeting with this is necessary. It seems relatively simple, and as the individual expressed, this is something that they're wanting to do on a double lot. I drove by it. I don't see any problem with it. So I would make an motion that we approve the conditional use permit application for the property at 21001 National Drive.
All right, we'll stand by with your motion. We're not ready for that just yet. But so first I'm going to go ahead, and on this one, I'm going to close the public hearing at 7:50 p.m. Now it's over to council discussion and a possible decision. So if you have a motion, you are now allowed to make your motion.
All right, Mr. Mayor, I will make a motion that we approve the conditional use permit application for 21001 National Drive.
I'll second
it.
Oh, gosh. I got the motion. I think Mr. Williams got the second.
Yes.
Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. And we go to number 5.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, sir. The Lago Vista City Council is holding a public hearing, consider a conditional use permit application pursuant to section 17 of chapter 14 of the Lago Vista Code of Ordinances to allow for a detached garage within the required rear yard setback at 2402 Farragut Cove, Highland Lake Estates, section 18, lot 18049 alpha. Let me see here for my summary. Dun, 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 dun. All right, so the only relief sought by this applicant is a reduction in the rear yard setback from the minimum ordinance requirement of 25 feet to 5 feet for this detached garage. He has an existing garage attached to his house, which meets the minimum requirements established by zoning. The common property line adjacent to this proposed setback encroachment is the location of a required side yard setback of a currently vacant lot, which is on Highland Lake Drive. Notwithstanding the decision of the council regarding this application, a future residence or any necessary building on that property could be located within 5 feet of that same common property line. Thus, that would make them about 10 feet apart. The applicant asserted that their desire to locate the accessory building so close to their rear property line is based on the desire to salvage existing landscaping, specifically including a number of trees. While the aerial photography provided by the city GIS staff would suggest that an alternate location is available, it would in fact supplant one of the two remaining significant areas of open space remaining on the property, which previously consisted of two separate lots. The other potential location within the minimum reserve corner side yard setback of 25 feet adjacent to Highland Lake Drive was opposed by the Public Works Department because of the need to preserve the existing dedicated public utility easement adjacent to that property. Planning and Zoning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the conditional use permit, subject to a requirement that the accessory building match the colors of the principal residence. All 7 members were present and participated in the recommendation. The only significant discussion involved an evaluation of the most appropriate location of the door. One member originally expressed a preference for the building to be rotated so that the door would face Farragut Cove, but later seemed satisfied when he was assured that a hinged or sliding door rather than an overhead door would be utilized. Roy, do you have anything to add to this one?
No, sir.
All right, well, I will open the public hearing at 7:55 p.m. Council, questions, comments? So I'll tell you, I used to live right across the street from this resident. And I do know that at that corner lot there, where there are oak trees, yeah, if they don't put it where they're asking, it puts it out in a wide open spot, basically real close to the street. So I know this puts it back in the 5 feet setback, or in the 25 feet, reduces it to 5. But aesthetically, I would personally think it would look much better back there than up closer to the street. So that's just my thoughts on it. Yes, Councilor Prince.
It's in the packet, but I think it's worth emphasizing that this location, the neighbor that would be impacted by this, it's his side yard. And officially we're talking about the backyard of the house under discussion. But if you think of it as a side yard, 5 feet is the appropriate ordinance approved, standard allowed location. So it's really kind of a funny thing where there are corner lots. So what's the definition of a side and a back fence is the debate. So I say all that to say going from 25 to 5 seems like a huge change, but in context of how this actually, the property lays out, I think 5 feet is entirely appropriate. To me, it was a unanimous decision from P&Z. Makes a lot of sense. I think this is an easy one, to be honest.
Right. Yeah. If it wasn't a double lot, if the one facing Highland Lake was a separate lot, and somebody came in and built a house facing Highland Lake, their side setback would be 5 feet, or could be 5 feet on that side setback. So the houses would be 10 feet apart anyway.
Exactly.
Anybody else, council?
I didn't see any of the neighbors opposed to the building at all. And again, P&Z, it was a unanimous decision on where it was located on the setback.
Yeah, and is the applicant, I'm sorry, I didn't read the applicant's name. Is the applicant in attendance? Yes, okay, I see Lisa with her hand up. All right. Do you care to address council at this time?
What we're kind of like what Mr. Prince said is that we want to keep it back to the side and not put it out in the middle so that it blocks the view, it blocks the breeze and stuff like that. We're trying to make our place look as good as possible so that our street and neighborhood looks as good as possible. Does that make sense? Aesthetically pleasing.
All right, anybody else on council have any questions, comments?
Council.
All right, well, it's a public hearing, so I will open it up to the audience and tap. Ms. Tapp?
Yes, I just like to know, is the people who own the vacant lot, are they notified of this?
Yes, they're sent letters,
Okay,
notification.
thank you.
Anybody else in the audience? All right, this is the first hearing. Any thoughts from council on next meeting, or do you think we can consider this one? All right, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing at 7:59 p.m. And it is up for discussion from council or action.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the conditional use permit of this location at 2402 Farragut Cove in the Highland Lakes Estate.
I'll second that.
All right, so I have a motion and a second from Mr. Prince. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
And let's see. We are on number 6. All right, the Lago Vista City Council is holding a public hearing. Consider an ordinance of the City Council of the Lago Vista, Texas, amending section 6.10 of chapter 14 of the Lago Vista Code of Ordinances regarding the requirements and procedures relating to accessory buildings and providing for related matters. And we're on number 6. All right, throughout the course of the last several months, certain potential improvements to the requirements and procedures associated with conditional use approvals became apparent to both the staff and the members of the Planning and Zoning Commission. The first thing that was noticed was the height of residential accessory buildings larger than 120 square feet was defined in a materially different way than the height of the principal residence. Moreover, if approval of additional height was sought, there was nothing in the process to ensure an evaluation about the impact of the additional height on the architectural context or the views from nearby and adjacent property. Those safeguards are built into the special exception approval process with the required ridge poles and other procedures, but not the conditional use permit approval process. Given the desirability of this change, which more explicitly defined when additional height would be permitted, it was also felt that the criteria for approval or desired outcomes for the other types of relief should be more clearly expressed. For example, an accessory building that is greater than 50% of the floor area is not intrinsically undesirable. Instead, it is undesirable when it would materially diminish the aesthetic quality of the subject property when viewed from adjacent property, nearby property, or a public right-of-way. As such, this type of result is included in the proposed amendment to give guidance to those tasked with these decisions. Similarly, a definition of floor area was added to this section that was consistent with recent approvals and the practical limitations on the staff's ability to accurately calculate alternative approaches. The Planning and Zoning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the proposed amendments to section 6.10 of chapter 14. All 7 members were present and participated. We are unable to leave the provisions required certain exterior finished materials due to the enactment of House Bill 2439. That's what I talked about a while ago. There is a bill that's been proposed that would exempt cities less than 20,000 people. So this could change. And instead of going through the entire thing, I'm going to bring Roy in, and Roy, can you just kind of highlight all the little red things in the?
Well, yeah, I think it really covered it in the summary. The genesis of this was, why should there be a different criteria for an accessory building than we have for any other height exception? And it was clear that, they didn't like the ambiguity, but that the correct criteria was the one defined in the special exception ordinance. So, unlike the rest of the conditional use approval, they saw no reason why an accessory building should be different. So they recommend that change to make it like any other height exception. And then the rest of it was sort of cleanup.
Yeah.
The floor area versus the living area was not defined as a practical matter for the houses that predate our digital storage of permit files. We really don't know how much living area there is in a house anyway. So we defined it based on what we've been using as an evaluation criteria as the enclosed or covered area under roof. And just use that as the basis for the comparison, since in many cases, that's all we know without going inside the house and measuring.
So question, can you have a garage that's less than 250 square feet?
A detached garage, not according to this ordinance, no, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm this public hearing. Let me go ahead and open this public hearing at 8:05 p.m. Council, questions, comments? Councilor Prince.
Just a few comments on the height, because it took me a couple of reads through here to get it straight in my mind. I was a little confused. My understanding of the intent was to make the height rules for a separate building basically the same as applies to the main residence. And the reason it confused me a little bit is because that's not what's in here for small buildings. So buildings that are under 120 square feet, we're still referring to the height requirements relative to the ground under those buildings. And I think that's fine, actually. But buildings that are larger than that, now the rules apply to those in the same way that they would to the primary residence, which is the height is relative to the highest point of the lot. And so I think, the intent as I had understood it is captured correctly here. So that's good. The second thing, which is in here, and I think worth noting, and I think is good, is that if a residence has received a height exception, by the language here, that will not carry over to a future outbuilding that gets built. So if someone got a height exception on their house, built a 2-story or built 6 feet above or whatever it is, and then they come back later and want to build an outbuilding, they still have to meet the neighborhood requirements or get an exception for that outbuilding. And I think that's entirely appropriate. I'm happy to see it. So overall, I think I'm good with what's written here. I think it's well done.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else? No. All right, public hearing. We'll open it up to the audience for comments, questions. All right, I'm not getting anything and I'm not getting any feedback, so I'm going to go ahead and close. Oh, yes, Miss Marion.
Sorry, Mayor, thank you. I have a quick question that there's probably a really easy answer to, but when we say that the building shall be no taller than 9 feet measured from the highest grade adjacent to the building and no taller than 6 feet at the eaves, could that there's no scenario in which that makes it taller than, could make it taller than the principal structure. Is that right? Because I'm just
Yes,
trying to
ma'am.
figure out why is
Well,
why is adjacent property and not the highest point on the lot?
well, yeah, you're talking about a small accessory building, and the eave height of 6 feet is less than what's allowed by the building codes for a house. You need more ceiling height than that, but it's allowed in a small accessory building. It's okay to duct to put your lawnmower in, you know, in its little hole. You follow me?
Right.
The eave
Mhm.
height is the low part of the roof.
Right.
So that's typically the ceiling height. Now, if you know, with no structure in the way, you can stand in the middle maybe and have it be a little taller. But the 9 feet is measured to the peak. The 6 feet is, like I said, it's measured at the eaves. That's a pretty short building.
Right. No, I get it. I'm just trying to figure out why it's important that it's the highest grade adjacent to versus the ground below.
Well, because you could then have a very small accessory building that were very tall. But I mean, if you're talking about the high point of the lot, that might be a totally different location. Yeah, if you're talking about the highest grade where the building hits the ground is what we're talking about. Is that a term that I'm confusing you with?
If I
No,
may,
I'm understanding the terms. I'm just trying to figure out the benefit. Like why, what's the benefit of changing the language from what it was before to what it is now?
Because you would have to know the thickness of the slab. There was a bit of vagueness there. We were saying, well, let's assume a 4-inch slab, but in some cases there might be a slope. It might be more or less than that. The grade outside the building we can measure with a tape.
Council Prince.
in answer to the first part of Councilor Marion's question, there's no scenario where this language allows for a small outbuilding to be taller than the primary residence. The thing that it's fixing is if the outbuilding sits on a very low piece of the property, it prevents you from having an extremely tall, tiny building. And then also it clarifies that it could be, you know, any corner around that small building. So I think it just cleans it up a little bit, but it's, there's nothing that, there's no scenario here where there's a silly outbuilding that results from this.
Yeah, I probably used a poor choice of words, not taller than, I just mean like, so if you have a house, right, we've got lots here that go like this, right? So if your house is down here and the accessory building is up here, you're going to see it over the house, I guess is what I'm saying. It doesn't mean that the accessory building is taller than the house. You're just going to see it above the house.
That is correct. It will be more visible, if you will.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Anyone else? All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and close this public hearing at 8:12 p.m. And now it's open for further discussion or possible action.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
make a motion that we approve. It doesn't have a number for the ordinance. I'm assuming that'll be assigned. The ordinance of the City Council of Lago Vista, Texas, section 6.10 of chapter 14, regarding the requirements and procedures relating to accessory buildings.
I'll second.
I think Councilor Prince got the second.
Cool.
Right. I do like the ordinance number on the thing though. 0 happy face.
You're the first one that's noticed that ever.
Well,
I've been doing it for like a year.
Oh, I've noticed it. I just had never commented on it.
Well, the
Yes.
ordinance in the earlier in the packet also has a random emoji at the end of the ordinance number, by the way.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. All right, now we're to action items. Number 7, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding resolution number 21-1874, a resolution by the City Council of the City of Lago Vista, Texas, declaring various property and/or equipment to be surplus property and authorizing the city manager or his designee to dispose of such property in a manner which is beneficial to the City of Lago Vista. And on page let's see. The list is on page 170. The request is to dispose of surplus equipment. This equipment on the attached list is not used and or is not usable. So they're requesting, staff is requesting City Council declare the listed equipment surplus so that we can sell or otherwise dispose of it. This item is routine. Every year or so, we must dispose of equipment that has been replaced with new or is otherwise inoperable. And we are looking at Chevy pickup, a boat, an easy loader boat trailer, an F650 dump truck, a Dayton air compressor, a Bobcat skid loader, a Chevy 3/4 ton pickup, a Chevy Colorado pickup, 10 large empty chemical totes, and a John Deere backhoe. Questions, comments from staff from council? Yes, Councilor Marion.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of quick questions. The first question I have is well, really, it's more of an assumption. I'm assuming that this equipment that the city already has, replacement equipment needed for these that we're recommending surplus for, that as a result, the city's not going to have to go out and buy more once we surplus this. That's the first kind of a comment or assumption. Then I was wondering.
Yeah. Is there anybody out there can tell us, is there anything on this list that has not been replaced or well, because some of this could be just obsolete. We just don't need it anymore. So it doesn't necessarily have to have been replaced. It's just inoperable. So, but I'm with you. I would assume that we've already replaced what needs to be replaced. Is there anybody out there that can say any different? Is there any future costs, future purchases that would have to replace this?
Mayor, if I may, this is Eric. All this property is that has been surplus was either budgeted by council to be replaced last year, or it was budgeted for this fiscal year to be replaced. Some of this, the smaller equipment especially, is obsolete and is not going to be used. All the other vehicles and equipment has either been already replaced or it has been ordered and it is in the process of being replaced.
All right. So just out of curiosity, who do we use as our, do we use Gov Deals? Who do we use?
Yes, Mayor, you are correct. We use Gov Deals as an auctioning website. All of our materials that are over a certain amount go to that website. Anything that is below that amount is usually thrown in the trash. And I do not recall that what the amount is. I believe it's $25, something really small.
Okay.
Okay, and that was part of my follow-up question, Mayor, was if all of the equipment that's listed there is going to be posted to the government auction website, or is some of it being disposed of differently, whatever that means, because the list really didn't say which was which.
Thank you.
Mayor and council, really quick, anything that we bring to council as far as surplus equipment, we believe for it to have value, and therefore it is not considered trash, and all that, anything that comes to council as surplus does go on auction.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to make sure that this was presented because there might be somebody in the audience that wants to go out and buy a 1991 boat with trailer. So I wanted to make sure they all knew exactly where they could find it. We do live on the lake, so. Gov Deals. All right, any further questions, comments from council? Audience, do you have any comments? Yes, Ms. DeVoe.
Hi, Eric, can you answer? This is sorry, if Eric was still on there. Is that the boat that's at the police station?
This says water treatment plant number 1.
Oh, okay, so that's where it's sitting. Because there's also one behind the police station, and I was just wondering about that one.
Nope, you can't buy it yet, Darcy.
Okay. It's so close to me, though.
We'll let you know when it's surplus.
Okay.
Anyone else? All right. If that is everything, then this is open for action.
Mayor, Ms. Penn had a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Diane, I'm so sorry. Ms. Jean Jopin.
Thank you, Roy. I'm sorry. I didn't know who caught it, but I appreciate it. I was late sticking my hand up there. I was going to ask if you're interested in anything, who is it that we talk to, or do we have to actually buy it on an auction basis? Like, I don't know how to do all that stuff. Is there a person you talk to?
Govdeals.com, and I bet you Mr. Paul Roberts can show you how to get on there. It's pretty easy. Every single one of my 7 children drove vehicles that were purchased off of Gov Deals, so that way they could just tear them up and
cool.
it didn't really matter. So yeah, it's pretty
Thank
simple. You just go and sign up for it, and there's no deposit. It's pretty easy. But govdeals.com. Anyone else? And I apologize, I'm looking at squares about this big, so if I don't see you, you gotta just keep waving at me. And if that's it, it's open for action.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve resolution number 21-1874.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries unanimous. And we're on number 8. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding resolution number 21-1875, a resolution by the City Council of the City of Lago Vista, Texas, appointing an individual to fill an unexpired vacant term as a member of the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee. And instead of reading, Shalane, I'm just going to allow you to tell everybody what it's about.
Thank you, Mayor. So the previous chair for the Parks and Recreation Committee, Mr. David White, who was very good and very passionate about Parks and Rec, we were sad to see him leave, travels a lot for business and has decided to move his residence permanently to out of Lago Vista, and therefore had to resign from the committee. So do I name now, Mayor, who I was thinking of naming, or do we have to do something else first?
No, you can
name your replacement.
Okay. So
no,
I went back, looked.
You can tell us. You can tell us who your recommend. You don't necessarily have to make a motion yet, but you can tell us who your recommendation is, and then we'll see if there's any discussion, or comments, or anything, and then I'll let you make your motion.
Okay. So I had some conversation with the co-chair, and also went back and looked at the applications. There's only 2 folks that applied for Parks and Rec that aren't already on one or more committees. One of them never responded to my calls, so I am recommending to Parks and Rec Salima Harbison.
All right. Questions, comments, council? All right. Anyone from the audience have any comments? Yes, Ms. DeVoe.
I'm on that committee as well, and I think Salima would be a good tree hugger with us.
You know, anybody that has a holistic homeschool that sits outdoors all the time is probably a Parks and Rec kind of person.
I don't think so.
Anybody else from the audience? All right, if that is it, I will entertain a motion.
So Mayor, I would like to make a motion that we approve the recommendation of Salima Harbison to fill an unexpired vacant term on the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee.
Second that.
All right, I have the motion and the second by Councilor Prince. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing none. Salima is on Parks and Rec. Thank you. Number 9, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding Charter Review Committee and requests for applications for appointment to the committee. And if you will notice, it is blank because I need direction. How many people do we want? I believe there was 6 on the last one. So how do we want this makeup? And we'll start from there. Yes, Councilor Prince.
I spent a little bit of time looking back through the minutes of the past Charter Review Committee. So there was one in 2018 and also one back in 2015. And based on the minutes, both of those had 5 members. Mr. Davila can correct me if I'm missing somebody, but both of those had 5. The city charter says it needs to be between 3 and 6, is my understanding. I would make a suggestion actually that, I know there may be a default thinking an odd number is a good thing so that you don't have tie votes. I actually think 6 is a good number, and here's my logic. If you have 5, quorum is 3, so you could potentially have a meeting with just 3, and a vote of only 2 people could approve a recommendation, and that feels kind of light. Whereas if you have 6, a quorum is now 4, and in order to pass something, it would have to be 3 to 1. So that's going to require a minimum of 3 approvals. And so I don't really see a downside to having 6. So that's my first recommendation, that we actually think about getting 6 members. Secondly, I'll note that between 2015 and 2018, the process of who else participated was vastly different. 2015, the city manager attended every single meeting. The city attorney attended every single meeting. The city secretary attended every single meeting. The development services director attended almost every single meeting. I think missed 1 or 2. There were 3 council members that each visited 1 meeting, but there was not a council member that attended the whole thing. In 2018, the process was completely different in that Mr. Davila was appointed as the liaison, and I believe he attended every meeting. I don't know that there was general attendance from other city staff or any other council members. So I think we should address that. What do we want to do in terms of council interaction as well as the number of attendees?
Yeah, and I think what we decided, and Arch can correct me if I'm wrong, is that because these are recommendations and they have to come to council before they can put out on the thing, that during the committee meetings, it really wasn't that important to have the city manager and the attorney and everybody in those meetings. And if there were questions, then the liaison could go and find the answers to that. It's up to us how we set it, but we all know how taxed our staff is, and if they're not necessarily needed to attend another committee meeting, I don't know that we should make them go to another committee meeting if we can get the answers offline. Again, it'll come to council at some point, and then they will be involved. Yes, Mr. Davila.
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to reinforce what Councilor Prince just pointed out. The committee did consist of 5 people. I don't recall that there was ever an instance when all 5 of them did not attend. But as you pointed out, nothing was put on the ballot in the succeeding election that wasn't, pretty much reviewed in great detail by council. So that, I think, is really the more important thing. What the committee's charged with is to look at the things that appear on the charter that seem to have either an inconsistency or there's some contradiction with the way things have occurred. And so it's important that this committee be able to go through the charter in fine detail and look at all the potential inconsistencies that there may be with our operation and the way that the charter intended the council to function, as well as the city for that matter. So I would be pleased, again, if I were to be allowed to be the liaison to that committee. And the requirement obviously is to advertise the fact that committee members are needed. And then again, just like we've done all the other committee assignments or appointments, that goes through council approval.
All right, thank you. Yes, Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd second Mr. Davila, or Councilor Davila, being the liaison again. I think he did a great job the first time in 18. The other comment that I was going to make is that if I remember correctly, and the two of you correct me if I'm wrong, it came to council at least twice, if not 3 times, as we went through the process. And if I remember correctly, gosh, the first time they brought us about 12 or 15 items, we knew we needed to whittle that down. We got it down to, a set, and it came back again, and we talked to it again. And I think we finally whittled it down on the 3rd time. So it comes before council and gets discussed in very heavy detail multiple times before anything goes to the ballot. I just want to make sure everybody in the audience realize that they'd have many times to hear these things and potentially put comments in.
Right, and because if we're shooting for a November ballot, then everything's got to be to the clerk, in August. Right. So the way this happens is your charter review committee has about 90 days to come up with something to present to council. And usually last time it was in May is when they started bringing things to council, and it went from May, June, July, before it was completely narrowed down. So it's a 5 to 6 month process. So
it's a tedious process, I'll say that.
Yes, Miss Marion.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess so are we thinking then that it's only one council member who will serve as a part of this charter review committee?
Yes.
Not necessarily. That's what we're here to discuss. I looked at the list last time, and I know Councilor Davila was the liaison, but I was thinking, was there not one other council member? Were they all civilian?
No, they were all civilian.
I'm so used to seeing Frank Robbins and Tim Collins in my head that I couldn't remember 18. I couldn't remember. I guess
That's
that was
correct.
It was prior to them getting elected, was it not? Yeah.
That is correct. That's what I was going to say.
And how would folks apply to be a part of this committee? Is there a different application that comes out? Because the application that we used for the other boards didn't list charter review, I don't think.
Right. Yeah, depending on when it was put out, there were some old ones from 2018 that actually did have charter review, but most of the new ones do not. So yes, we will definitely have to make sure we've got applications that are accurate and yes, advertise. And again, that's something I'm hoping y'all give me direction on tonight. You know, how long we want it open. Just remember, if we do 30 days, you know, you can't start your review committee for 30 days. So just keep, you know, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 30 days. But yes, we'll definitely, and then we got to advertise the heck out of it. I've already received one application from Mr. Durbin. And I've already had somebody else contact me. So their applications are already starting to come in, and as soon as this came out on the agenda. So, but yes, we definitely have to advertise.
Okay, because I have some interest in serving on this committee as well. I recognize that both Councilor Prince and Councilor Davila are also both serving already on the Comprehensive Master Plan and on the utilities subcommittees, and I feel like there's 7 council members and might be a good opportunity to kind of share the wealth a bit.
All right. Yes, Councilor Prince.
Just a clarification, it's my understanding that when these Charter Review Committee meetings happen, they will all be open meetings, and therefore citizens can participate in those as well as hearing it later in council. And then secondly, would it also be true that any number, even, you know, up to the entire body of the city council could attend these meetings if we so chose?
Yeah, as long as they're posted properly and noted that it is possible that more than 3 could be in attendance. You know,
We don't have to worry about quorums.
But someone was saying we wouldn't have to worry about quorum as a question, and that was exactly my question. But I think since it's posted, you're saying that's okay.
If it's posted properly.
Yeah. Yes. And then if I may, this one last question, and this is specifically back to the 2018 model, because we may choose to do it this way again or not. What was the responsibility in 2018 of the liaison? You know, what were they expected to do, and what were they expected to bring back to council? Just trying to understand what was in that role, if you will.
All right, so I do need to make one clarification before I go to your question. Council could attend if posted properly, but they can't vote.
Right. Yes.
You know, so if there's any kind of recommendations being considered, unless you're on that committee, you're not voting. Right. So I just want to make sure council don't think you can show up and hey. And I'll let Arch weigh in, but I'm assuming the liaison is pretty much the same as any other liaison, and that's whenever the committee has questions for legal or staff, that's who does the research, you know, and goes and gets those answers and brings it to the committee.
That is correct, Mayor. Basically, it's the same liaison responsibility that we all have to our various boards and commissions and so forth. We are basically the mouthpiece for council both ways.
But so because your liaison is a council member, and this would be coming to council, that liaison doesn't necessarily weigh in on recommendations. They're just providing facts and information. So when the members are voting on recommendations, that liaison is not voting either.
That's correct. Now, I would say this, though, that if there's some inconsistency or if there's some omission or something of that nature that needs to go into the charter, that would be given to me. And I suppose then it would be my job to tell the people that are on the committee what is being asked of them to consider.
Right. Yes, Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. If I remember correctly, I could swear we had conversations at council meetings where we actually, suggested some items that our liaison took to the committee. So council will definitely have input, but then the committee goes and discusses it. And then I want to revisit. I do believe Councilor Davila did an excellent job last time, but I'm not opposed to there being multiple council members who act as liaisons. And if Councilor Marion wants to join him, I think she might benefit from his experience having done it before, and he might benefit from her fresh eyes. So I'm not opposed to that at all.
So yes, you are correct in that, yes, council did make recommendations through the liaison, and because we deal with a lot of the charter all the time, I would hope that council would have some recommendations this time as well. I had a question for that liaison for Councilor Marion. Were you speaking in a liaison fashion? Is that what, so you'd have two co-liaisons and not participating per se? Or were you asking for her to actually be a participant of the committee?
Oh, I was thinking joint liaisons. Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure I was clear. Anybody else? All right, so here's what I'm looking at so far. 6 members, possibly co-liaisons for this committee, and that is all I really have other than the application. Oh, yes. So let's address that. We can give direction, get the applications ready by Monday. How long do we want to leave application period open?
I would suggest that, Mr. Mayor, I would
Yes.
suggest the 30 days that you mentioned, and then close it after that.
Okay, so starting in March? Yes,
Uh,
Councilor Marion.
If that's acceptable, I don't.
Councilor Marion.
Is
You
that
read my
acceptable
mind.
to the rest of the council?
Yeah, I don't know
Councilor
how
Williams, you read-
others might feel, but I might counter with a 2-week window, but I would kind of defer to the rest of council because I think I heard you mention that kind of time is of the essence.
Yeah, 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 that's what I'm thinking. Here, when I get through with council, I'm actually going to ask the audience, to weigh in. And, the thing is, this is citizen participation, so I want to make sure everybody gets the opportunity. I don't want to take the chance of somebody being out of town or that's interested. We can't alleviate every single situation, but we need to balance on time and yet giving the citizens enough opportunity to apply. So I would say no, personally, I would say no less than 14 days and no more than 30. But yes, Councilor Sullivan.
I think I'm okay with the 30 days, Mayor. That would have them kicking up, at mid-March at the latest. They'd have 60 days to, work amongst themselves, and then 90 days to work with council and still make the August timeline. So I'd prefer to allow people up to 30 days to apply, and so that we don't miss anybody.
So, question. March 4th, 28 days from now, is our first meeting in March. Is it possible to say we close it a day or two? Does that give enough time for council to review the packages? Say if we closed it on the 1st or the 2nd, 48 to 72 hours to review. Does that give? Yeah.
That's cool.
Well, remember, Mayor, if I may, this went through several cycles of approval of the different things that came before council for consideration. So I think that 30 days is a good number to use for the application. I believe that that March or rather, this would be giving people the month of February, and March 1st would probably be a good day to set a deadline on. That would give us then 72 hours to look at the first of the applicants and make decisions on the choice of the people that we're going to select, as well as the number, as Councilor Sullivan and Prince have suggested. We may consider having 6 people. One of the things I would also like to point out is that the majority of the people that served on the council before, I'm sorry, on the Charter Review Committee before, they typically decided that like 5 o'clock, I believe, was the time that they met, because the majority of them were people that were actually still working, but it gave them an opportunity of half an hour to an hour from the time that they got off work to get to the council meeting, and then allowed them also to be able to have dinner and so forth with their families. So that's a consideration as well.
And more than likely, it's going to be virtual. Maybe. It's less than 10 people. It's less than 10 people. Well, I don't know. We got audience members, so it's probably going to be virtual. Yes, Councilor Marion.
Just a clarification, Mayor. So would this follow the same process as other committees? So the council liaison or liaisons for this committee would be the ones that are selecting the citizens to participate on the committee, or splitting those choices, or whatever, or is it all of council who, I mean, I know all of council approves, but who really needs to look at the applications, I guess, is what I'm getting at.
Yes, if I would say it would be just like the others, the liaison, and if we have co-liaisons that y'all work together to bring your recommendations to council. That's my recommendation. So yes, Councilor Prince.
I would suggest that, I think several people are kind of suggesting this, that we target the March 4th meeting to decide who's on the committee. And that means that we need to have the names in place early enough to have those in the packet so that we can have that discussion. So if that means the Thursday before, or if it's the Monday, Monday's pretty tight. So maybe the Thursday before to close the application so that we can have it ready to go for that packet for the following meeting, which may mean that we effectively have 3 weeks window for people to apply. To me, that seems long enough, because I think there's going to be some people passionate about this. You know, if we wait 4 weeks instead of 3, we might get 22 applications instead of 19. But you know, I don't see us having a problem with filling this committee.
So along those lines, as you've witnessed, sometimes our supporting documents are not always available when the agenda goes out. So on that Thursday, the 25th of February is when the initial agenda would go out. And, you know, it could be on the agenda, but we could still allow till the close of business on Monday, the 1st.
Correct.
For the applications to come in, and then they could be added to the agenda packet
on that Tuesday
at a later time. The key thing is getting it on the agenda, and then we can work with the supporting documents.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
if there's an intention to actually have these applications added to the actual packets, I'd recommend, if you want to wait till Monday, it needs to be like 8 a.m. or 10 a.m. Monday, so that we can have them put in the packet on Monday, so that so there's not a question about whether the stuff was available for 72 hours. It's not a technical requirement, but I think it's, you know, a public courtesy, and it also makes it workable for if we have to, for some reason, make adjustments to the agenda. We can include it when that happens on the Monday.
Okay. Yeah. Yes, Mr. Davila, Councilor Davila.
I would suggest that we consider noon being the time when we close it off on that Monday, on Monday the 1st. That'd be my suggestion.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. Yep. All right. Okay, so deadline, the Monday, the 1st.
At noon.
All right. Is there anything I'm missing? Mr. Roberts, did you have a comment?
I could wait for public comment, sir.
Okay. Well, I think we're at that point, so.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I like the idea of, I just want to voice public support for the idea of joint liaisons, including Councilman Davila and Councilwoman Marion. I think that's a great idea. And the 6 citizens to be on the committee, I would only request that they be as diverse a group ideologically as is possible, just to ensure that we have good, vigorous debate to come up with good ideas. That's all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Anybody else in the audience? Okay, I'll bring it back to council. Is there anything that I'm missing? On my list, I've got,
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Just one additional comment. I think you guys need to pick up the red emergency phone and get Frank Davila on this. Frank Robbins on this committee. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right, so moving on. When we're considering a motion, I have a charter review committee consisting of 6 members with, if I'm understanding this correctly, co-liaisons with an application deadline of noon on Monday, the 1st of March.
Is that, Mr. Mayor, is that you making the motion?
No, not yet. I'm still making sure I've got.
Okay.
Well,
That would
since
be
you
the
took
motion
notes,
that-
can you make the motion?
Well, I'm just,
Yeah.
if
Yeah,
nobody
can we
has any
make the
follow-up,
motion?
then I will make the motion that we create the Charter Review Committee consisting of 6 civilian members with co-liaisons, Councilors Davila and Marion, and to put out the applications as soon as possible with a deadline of noon on Monday, March 1st.
Second.
All right, I've made the motion. It was seconded by Councilor Williams. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none. Committee is formed. And yes, Mr. Durbin, I will make sure your application gets to the right person. All right. Number 10. Woo. Where we at? 8:52. We can make 9:30, maybe. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the sale of real property submerged lot 19A, composed of approximately 2.64 acres. This is the one that we had decided on last meeting, but then came out of executive session and for some reason forgot or didn't take action on it. So we're at the point now to take action on this. So is there any question, comment? Okay. Any comments from the audience on this one? All right. Well, I will entertain a motion.
Mr.
Actually,
Mayor,
Mayor, I'm sorry, Mayor.
Yes, Councilor Marion.
Late breaking question. This is really just a curiosity question. So when these kinds of things come up, I noticed in the map that this piece of property goes right along the side of 1202 Dusk. And I'm wondering, when someone, like, since the person at 1204 wants to buy it, did the person at 1202 have to be notified of anything?
Yes.
They did. So similar to the other types of sales, they were also notified, and as long as they don't object, then it can be purchased. Is that right?
Right. And in this one, with the layout of the land, 1202 has access, to the left-hand side.
Yep.
And I can't tell from the map, but that little strip that you see.
Yeah, in the front of it.
I believe that is something that property owner may have already purchased.
Yeah, I wondered the same, but I was just curious if they had to be notified. So thank you, I appreciate it.
Yes. All right. If that is questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the sale of real property submerged at lot 19A and give the city manager authority to do the paperwork and sell it.
Second.
All right.
Second that motion.
I'm sorry, I missed my second.
Dave Williams.
All right, so I have a motion by Councilor Weatherly, and I gave the second to Councilor Sullivan. All those, any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries. Unanimous. All right. 11. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the approval of a contract with VM Golf Services to rebuild greens 2, 4, and 9. So at our last meeting, council approved VM Golf Services to rebuild the greens 2, 4, and 9. And now the contract is being brought to you. And looking at the contract, I did not see anything different from what we had put forth in their last meeting. Questions, comments? Yes, Councilor Sullivan.
The only question I had was, it named Ms. Barton as the signatory for the city. Is that going to be changed to Mr. Chan, and will he sign?
Yes.
Okay.
Huh. Good catch. Anybody else? All right, anybody from the audience have any comments? All right, yes, Miss Marion.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually just have a quick question. I have heard a couple of different conflicting pieces of information related to this, but when these greens are being rebuilt, is the irrigation being taken care of at the same time, or is the irrigation that's going to come up later, I think it's like something like a $1.5 million or something, is that a future expenditure, or is it being done now kind of piecemeal as these greens are rebuilt? Or are they two different things?
Yeah, no, it is not being replaced, but any repair work that would need to be done is being taken care of. But no, it is not. The replacement is separate.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Weatherly.
Mr. Mayor, the thing that they're doing on the golf course is making sure that the irrigation that we have for the greens is adequate for the new greens. Yeah. That has involved moving some sprinkler heads, getting them in a different spot so that the water spreads appropriately on the greens. It's not really a rebuilding of the sprinkler system. It's simply making sure that what we have is doing the best job possible to ensure that these greens come on and develop as they need to.
Yeah. So a little clarification on the repair that I said. Yes, Ms. Mary.
So then, when the irrigation system is, I think, right, that's scheduled to be replaced, I want to say it's like next year or something. When that is taken care of, are they gonna have to dig these up again?
No.
Like, are we gonna be?
No. The irrigation systems, the sprinkler heads will go around the greens. They will not have to dig up the greens. The big change with the sprinkler system that we're talking about is one where you have a main pipe that runs down the middle of the golf course with lateral lines on either side so that you get better dispersal of the water that you're putting on the course to help make sure that all the areas get water and that the grass can grow effectively down the fairways. And then there may be some changes and things they have to do around the greens, but there will be nothing where the greens have to be dug up or anything has to be done on the actual green surface on what we're replacing.
Right. No, and that's good questions. That was what we considered, we made sure last year that we weren't going to be repeating work, paying for the same thing twice. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Ms. DeVoe.
Hi, I'm on that golf committee too. So, and I also I have a professional sprinkler guy that I've talked to a little bit, and what he says with greens is that, they'll have either the pop-up sides that go around the green and then it will sprinkle the green, but it won't actually be under the green or on, so if you look at your sprinklers at home, when they pop up and they do the rotating things, that's more or less how it will be. It won't be going pipes, PVC underneath your green. So they won't touch the greens at all when they come in to do the new sprinklers, which is a $1.7 million project. So there's a lot to do with the sprinklers, and he also said that they should do breakaway sprinklers because it's on a golf course, which would make it to where if someone kicked one of those or knocked one of those, it would pop down instead of breaking it. So that might be also something you look at.
That's what we have now.
Okay. See?
Yeah, you don't want to mess up the surface of the green, so nothing goes on the green, including my golf balls. They never make it to the green. All right. Anyone else? All right. If that's everybody, I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the contract for the replacement, rebuild of greens 2, 4, and 9 with VM Golf Services and authorize the city manager or golf course manager, whichever is appropriate, to sign the contract and get the work started.
Second.
All right. I have a motion and a second by Councilor Williams. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimous. Contract approved. All right, we go to number 12. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding Cap Metro Initiative, Associated Sales Tax, Economic Development Corporation, Mass Transit Alternatives, and Transportation Subcommittee. So I put this on the agenda tonight. This really isn't, a whole lot of action to be taken. There is some action that I'll be asking for, but not a whole lot. Mostly it was to just give you an update because we're considering putting our membership in Cap Metro on the ballot for voters. It has been 5 years since the city of Lago Vista. In November, it will have been 5 years since the citizens voted on Cap Metro membership. Right now, we do not capture the additional 1 cent of sales tax that we could capture. Because of our membership, it does go to Cap Metro. If we do put this on the ballot and the citizens choose to get out of Cap Metro, then we can capture that 1 cent sales tax and use it for a whole list of different things. And here in a little bit, I think, is Eric Zeno still with us? Anyway, I have asked him to address some of the options. And I know Councilor Prince has done some research on this as well and can provide some of the information that he has found out. So what I'm going to be seeking tonight basically is the formation of what I call a transportation subcommittee. I think last time it was called Cap Metro something. I can't remember what it was called last time. But we need to decide whether we want to put our membership on the November 2021 ballot as an initiative. And I've got an update on that. I did some research again, because in the back of my mind, there was something sticking out about the 5-year anniversary. And I was thinking that you could not hold an election until 5 years had passed. But in reading the actual statute, you cannot order an election until after the 5-year anniversary. So the earliest that we can put this, the way it stands right now, the earliest that we can put this on a ballot would be in May of 2022. We can, well, I'm not going to say we can't, but right now, the earliest we could do it is in May of 2022, and that would mean a special election that we would have to pay for separate. Right now, we go with the general election in November to save some money. So we could put it in May of 22, or we could wait till November of 22. There is an exception. We have the bill that is being considered with Representative Goodwin and Senator Eckhart to go through local and consent committees. If it gets approved and gets approved by 2/3 of the, I believe it's the House members, then it will take effect immediately, and the law will be changed to be 1 year instead of 5 years. So we could, in theory, order an election in November of 21. But again, the bill would have to pass with 2/3 members' approval, because otherwise, even if it's approved without 2/3, it wouldn't take effect until September 1st, and that is beyond the 78 days that is required in order for us to order an election. So, knowing that, our committee is more than likely our ballot initiative is further out than we initially planned. We could hold off on the committee, but my thinking is we should probably go ahead and form it and do our research in case the bill does get passed in local and consent by 2/3, and then we'll be ready. If we wait and it does pass, then we may not be ready. Something else that I have discovered, right now, we're considered rural. So our abilities to bring in different transit companies to provide replacement services is fairly open right now. However, this is controlled by the federal government and the census. We're thinking, the thought is with the amount of growth that the Austin metropolitan area has seen since the last census, Lago may no longer be considered rural and will be in the urban area. And if that is the case, then we basically have no options other than if we create it, for us to create our own transit system. We would pretty much be locked into Cap Metro for our transit services. Like carts, for example. Right now, carts could come in and do the job, but if the census proves otherwise, then carts is restricted by federal government and could not provide services. So something else to consider. So questions, comments, and then we'll move forward to see if we want to form the committee or not. Yes, Councilor Marion.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually have a ton of questions on this one. I might start with just a couple based on some of the what you just shared. But first question: rural versus urban, based only on the responses to the census for Lago Vista, right?
No, Austin metropolitan area, the MSA.
So wouldn't that mean that? Why wouldn't Lago have been considered urban 10 years ago? Were you saying that Austin wasn't considered urban 10 years ago?
Evidently, where they drew the lines, we were outside the line. But
interesting.
I don't know what that population is. That's something the committee would have to research where they set that boundary. I just know that we're currently outside the boundary, but the thought is we won't be. And okay. I don't know if it's different for a transportation aspect or not. I just know that we're outside right now.
Okay. So to your point, a good thing for the subcommittee to research. First thing, if we form the subcommittee, I am most definitely interested in being on this, especially considering the fact that I use the Cap Metro system for transportation to and from work when I work in the building downtown.
Right.
But I'm curious because the way that this executive summary is written to me gives the impression that it's already a foregone conclusion that this 1% sales tax would be used for the purposes of an economic development corporation. But I don't remember that conversation taking place. And I just want to make sure that if this, I mean, even the suggested formation of the subcommittee kind of stacks it in that direction. So I just want to make sure that if we are going to move forward with this subcommittee, we're going to have the ability to do due diligence in how we seek to use that 1% sales tax. The Comptroller for Public Accounts has several options listed: street repairs, providing property tax relief to citizens, other options that we might be able to consider. So just wanted to ask about that because the way this is written really seemed to me like an EDC had already been determined.
Yeah, that was just me for simplicity. Instead of listing out I just put EDC on there.
But we would have, the subcommittee would have a lot of say into.
Oh, yes. That would be part of the subcommittee's role, is to look at all the options, and because you can break it up, half cent here, half cent there. You can break it up and have several different things.
Then to that end, I would definitely encourage a bit of a more diverse makeup to the administration of the subcommittee, so that it doesn't appear to be stacked toward an EDC. And then I guess I'm just trying to figure out what benefit an EDC would bring to a town like Lago Vista. So we already have our Chamber of Commerce that we pay. We have an economic development services, right? We have a director who we pay, and then we have retail strategies who we pay. And it seems to me like they all kind of do the same types of work, or should be. And so would love to hear a little bit about what folks think about an EDC, rather than maybe making those other three, or encouraging those other three entities that we're already paying to kind of give us a better return on investment, if you will, before we put more money into an economic development corporation. So maybe someone can help me understand the difference.
Well, I was hoping to wait till the committee is formed and they get to research all that, and then they can come back with all the different aspects of whether it's a 4B or any of the other things that we can use that money on. So
what does an EDC do exactly? Because I suspect there are citizens that may be listening in that aren't even quite sure, because didn't Lago Vista used to have an EDC some years back and then got rid of it?
No. So Eric, are you with us, Eric? There he is.
Yes, sir. Mayor, I'm here.
Can you answer that, please?
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. So the EDC and the Councilman Marion that you named, the Chamber of Commerce, myself as Director, Retail Strategy, we should all be working together on that one common goal. But the thing about the EDC, it's a corporation. So the Development Corporation Act of 1979 gives citizens the ability to finance new and expanded business enterprises in their local governments through economic development corporations, Chapter 501, 504, and 505 of the local government code outline the characteristics of a Type A and Type B EDCs. That's when the cities adopt a sales tax to fund corporation-defined projects, and EDCs are allowed to undertake, like, for instance, Type A. Type A typically is created to fund industrial development projects such as business infrastructure, manufacturing, research, development, for instance, fund military base alignment, realignment, job training classes, and public transportation. Whereas Type B can fund all projects eligible under Type A, as well as parks, museums, sports facilities, and affordable housing. Now, each one of Type A and Type B has to have a board of directors. So it's not going to be that's been a cooperation, because you report to a board of directors. It's separate from economic development director, Chamber of Commerce. You would be, the EDC has its own board of directors at that point in time, and I think one of those members can be council as well. Also, you don't have to, as Mayor Tidwell said, you don't have to just do the Type A or Type B economic development corporation. You have to form a corporation. The city council can adopt, create economic incentive fund, grant program to use for economic development, whichever way they please. Now that would have to be outlined for certain projects, certain infrastructure, things of that nature, through legal, to determine where you would use those funds.
Does that help, Councilor Marion?
So yes and no. That was a lot of non-lay language that I don't know if it was particularly helpful to folks listening in. Maybe it was, but maybe in lay terms, could you help me understand the true benefit that an EDC can bring to a town like Lago Vista that might make it something worth looking into?
Yeah, again, it's whatever you in council just choose, but an EDC corporation, again, the funding mechanism on those programs, instead of using it for Cap Metro, for instance, as we're talking about that, you use that 1 cent for that, the categories in Type A or Type B for projects for Lago Vista. So it's just a reuse of the funds into a different area if you go with the corporation route, where you'd be using it for, again, economic development in your city of Lago Vista.
So as an example, Round Rock, they use their money for the Dell Diamond. I'm pretty sure. Cedar Park used it for the Cedar Park Center. You know, not that we would necessarily use it for something like that out here, but you know, it's possible. And again, I'm just brainstorming here, but it for parks and stuff, the one of the future things we have slated out several phases out would be the amphitheater, you know, in the park. It might be possible to use some of that 1 cent sales to fund the development of the amphitheater. So those are just some examples, but.
And you have to have an EDC to make those things happen? Or can you do those things without an EDC?
That, again, I have to rely on Eric to.
You could do those things without an EDC and a certain per se legally, but you as council would have to adopt, and I would refer to Aaron on that and come up with some type of ordinance that details that's what that money is going to be used for. You can't just use the money as a free fall, but you can do that. For instance, I'll just use, for instance, when we're talking about EDCs A and B, the previous city I was in, which was Leanna, they don't have A or B as well, but they created an old town incentive program where they use that money. Council uses that money for businesses to go in that old town district. So that's money is used for that district. So again, it's you can do that. You have that ability to do that as a council as well. And Aaron might want to clarify that as far as can you use it for in free fall, like she was asking Aaron.
No, there are limitations with regard to what that 1 cent sales tax can be used toward. Maybe this will help, Councilor Marion. You know, an EDC is a nonprofit corporation. It's a separate corporation that some of that tax money goes to. As a nonprofit corporation, they have a little bit more flexibility to incentivize and economic development within the community. They have other tools that they can use and methods that they can use to spend the money, to develop agreements with private entities to spur that economic development. That's not to say that the city as it is through Eric's department couldn't do the vast majority of it. In a city like Lago Vista, when you get into bigger cities though, you typically need more hands-on. There are more opportunities. There's a lot more money available because you're talking about a greater tax base. So there's more money that would go into that corporation to create these big centers such as Dell Diamond and I see the Cedar Park Center. Lago doesn't have as much business development yet. And so the type of dollars and the type of businesses that we would garner may or may not benefit from a separate EDC. That's something that I think the committee needs to really explore if you choose to kind of put that together. If you look on the city's website, you can see where there was a previous committee that was formed. There's one set of minutes. I don't know why the rest of the minutes aren't there, but there's a set of minutes that has a report that will kind of give you a good picture as to what they looked at in 2016 as options for how that money could be used if we got out of Cap Metro. It's under the Cap Metro study group. So that, you know, they were looking at that when the city went through that process before. So that might give you an idea of kind of how the city had considered using that money before. I don't see that a specific EDC is critical at this stage of our growth, but I think as all of our council acknowledges, we're growing like gangbusters as far as residential growth. There's gonna be that, and that will create significant opportunities for the city's business district to grow because we will have the rooftops to support the business growth. And that it's at that point you have the tax base that will then make an EDC more viable and functional and necessary.
Final comment, Mayor. Thank you. Agree, we are growing like gangbusters, but I think that also means that we've got to make sure that our current infrastructure and things like that are in a place that we can adequately support that growth, in my mind, before we look to things that we don't necessarily need right now. Infrastructure, maybe providing tax relief to citizens, definitely infrastructure we need now. And that I just wanted to make sure that it's not a foregone conclusion that this money is going to be pinholed for one particular use over another, and that a subcommittee can be formed to investigate all and determine what's best for the citizens of Lago Vista.
Yes, definitely. Yes. Yeah. So for simplicity, I just put that on the paperwork. But yes, the committee is going to be tasked with reaching out to the citizens and trying to figure out what is best for the city of Lago Vista, whether it's on streets or utilities or things like that. Yes, Councilor Prince.
I spent some time researching back on the previous election and what was actually put on the ballot, because I know there's been some discussion about it was confusing to citizens. And I won't go through the detail of that, but what I would suggest is tonight, let's not try to solve the whole problem, because I think the first step is we just need to form a committee and get started really studying it. And certainly I would say there's no reason to say that any of the options are off of the table, or that any of the options for where we might otherwise spend that money, are the assumed answer. That committee should consider all and come back with some thoughts for us to consider deeper in council. And the first thing to me is let's agree to form a committee and then tell them what they need to solve. And it's more than just how do we spend the money. It's how do we get from here to there. I think there needs to be a marketing plan about educating citizens. I think there needs to be certainly some discussion about how we might use the money, but it's also what do we do for alternate transportation for the very few citizens, but non-zero, who are currently using that transportation. So there's a lot of questions to be asked, and let's just get it going, even though the vote may be a ways out. And then my final comment would be, in some ways, I kind of almost like the idea that we might be pushed out to May of 22, because if we have a special election for this topic, the people who are going to come up and vote are going to be people who have actually thought about this topic. And I wonder if one reason it didn't pass last time was that it was in a general election and we got a lot of, votes that happened without a lot of thought process behind it. So, in my mind, it would not be a terrible thing if it was delayed by 6 months into the mid 22 kind of time frame.
Yes, Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of things. I downloaded TML Economic Development Handbook earlier today and read through, and it's about a 200 and something page document, but the first 40 pages is on EDCs, and I read through that. It's got a lot of information that I think will help everybody understand EDCs a lot better. I've sent it to Mr. Chan and asked him to share that with the rest of council. So that should be coming your way. From the reading I did, it appears as if, excuse me, there are infrastructure type things that you can do through EDC funding. And so bottom line is we're not precluded from doing those types of things with those EDCs. The other comment that I would make with regard to them is that, again, from my reading, it appears as if, the EDC will certainly do things and make recommendations, but they're not allocating any dollars without it coming to council and getting approved by council, again, from my reading of the document. So it's not like these people are going to go off and work in a vacuum and do things all on their own. It will come back for review by council and approval by council, from my understanding. The second thing that I wanted to cover, Mayor, I wanted to make sure you said something earlier on about the rural, urban, and the Cap Metro, and I just want to make sure that I understand it properly. You're thinking that when the census comes through that we're going to be considered urban, not rural, which limits our ability as far as what transportation systems that we can use. We won't be able to use carts and things like that. I think you said that Cap Metro is our only option. Or does that mean that taking a vote to get out of Cap Metro is, we shouldn't even do it because our only option is Cap Metro? Or could we vote to get out of Cap Metro And if we did succeed at doing that, we would have to do the transportation ourselves. That's the only option we would have, but we could still vote to get out of Cap Metro.
Well, we could contract back with Cap Metro.
Oh, okay.
So,
but is it our only option? We couldn't do it ourselves if we wanted to?
yeah, we could.
Okay, so we would have some option.
Yeah, I just don't know if we would, what I'm still not certain about is whether we would be able to get any of the federal funding.
Oh, okay, okay.
There was some kind of 60-40 thing that I'm having to try and figure out. You know, Cap Metro, if we contracted Cap Metro, we get 60% and then from federal funding, and we'd have to make up the next 40% or something like that. So it takes more research. But I just, it would definitely limit us on our options.
Sure.
And I don't know why that is. I guess lobbyists for these mass transit systems over the years have, you know, they've established these MSAs and.
Right. Well, and it also explains why the instantiating law for Cap Metro has us in the situation we're in. They had some lobbying power and got that stuff in their law. If I could, there was one other thing that I wanted to clarify. In reading through your summary, I wasn't certain if I understood. Are you saying that there's going to be a transportation committee, and then if we were to implement an EDC, there's going to be an EDC subcommittee that will have members, or there's just one committee you're talking about, and it's to investigate this whole issue and how we're going to present it on the ballot in November?
Yes, just one committee, just one committee.
Okay, got it. Very
but
good.
I didn't know what to call it, so I just, you know.
There might be others. I know Ms. Shalane and Ms. Marion said she would like to be on it. I'll volunteer to be on it. I think you had two. There could be others. I just would say that I'd be happy to volunteer.
And this is one of the few subcommittees that I would ask to serve on, because we are dealing with outside agencies instead of just internal. So
totally understand. Thank you, Mayor.
And then the rest of it, you know, I put on here myself, 2 council members, and then I just put 1 or 2 EDAC, but it doesn't have to be. We don't have to have anybody from subcommittees if we don't want to. It could just be 3 of us. But, you know.
There might be some citizens out there who have some experience with transportation. I don't know. Is this one of those subcommittees that could be opened up for citizens to apply for?
I would say this is just one of those, you know, like most of our other committees where they're open. We just have open meetings and we have the citizens. That way, every citizen has the opportunity to chime in instead of, you know, relying on just, you know, a couple, but.
Yeah.
Yes, Councilor Davila. You're muted.
Thank you. I have an associated question having to do with if we were to have a vote on this and had to push the election out to 2022, that would be a mid-year election, and that would mean that we'd have to pay for it. Have you any idea what that would cost us to have our own election?
No, because we haven't done one in so long, since 2015. Yeah, I have not looked into that, what it would cost, but it's an amount. It's not cheap, because we're not sharing it with other entities. You know, so.
Yeah. How do we go about determining from maybe other outlying areas that put on their own May elections? Can we find out from some of them what the cost is here in Travis County?
Oh yeah, and I'm pretty sure it's on their site what it costs, depending on the size of your city, and I'm sure the comptroller or county clerk, or I'm sure that's readily available.
I have one other associated question. Do we have any idea when we will learn what our population size is for Lago Vista?
I have signed up for email updates, and they don't have, when you go to their site, there's no ETA, nothing. You can sign up, anybody can actually sign up for the updates, but yeah, I have no idea.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilor Marion.
Mayor, one follow-up question. So the thought of having to push this out to May or November of the following year has triggered in my mind a question about that we've kind of talked a little bit about previously, which is the cost to get out of Cap Metro, right? So I understand from some things that you shared earlier, like there's some really complicated, super top secret, ultra ambiguous algorithm that Cap Metro uses to try to figure this out, and that they will not share this number with you. Is that right? Until it's actually voted on. Correct me if I'm wrong, first of all, there. And then second of all, the longer we wait, so if the earliest turns out to be May, let's say, and we don't go in May, but we wait until November, is there a potential that we could then be looking at a whole lot more money? Because we've got to remember that Austin just approved that multi-billion-dollar transit bill that was on there, the election in November. And so I'm just wondering, when's that going to kick in, right? So we want to try to get out before we've got to pay, our portion of that multi-billion-dollar deal.
So yes, we have what's called the net financial obligation, and the legislation does kind of outline, how they come up with their number, but for some reason they will tell you that they can't work those numbers until after. I don't know why. That is something we have in our bill, is we ask that our net financial obligation be figured every year, and we're told what it is. But right now, Cap Metro says we'll figure that out once the vote is done. I have been guaranteed from our state rep and senator that the Project Connect vote that Austin took is a contract merely between Cap Metro and the citizens of Austin. However, what I haven't been able to get clarification on is 5 or 6 years down the road, when it's built out and now they're just in the maintenance and operations side of it, whether we will be obligated, whether our NFL will go up, because now that's part of the Cap Metro system and we're paying into the system. Now, on the other thing about pushing it out, because we don't know what our net financial, we don't know what our share is. So you would think as our sales tax goes up, if we're at 700 and something this year, that maybe we're actually paying more into the system than what is our obligation. I'm not going to hold my breath on that one, but in theory, I guess it's possible. And maybe our NFO could go down. Again, I'm not holding my breath, but it just depends on what our obligation is and how much they're collecting off of our sales tax. Yeah. All right, audience. Mr. Roberts.
Mr. Mayor, Council, however, if possible at all, I would just very much like to see us get out of this Capital Metro, if permissible. Let's see how the, whether we're going to be considered the suburb or what. Are you going to, when do you want to form a committee, Mr. Mayor? Is that to be done tonight?
I'm hoping.
I understood, I think I understood Mr. Councilman Sullivan said he would be on it. I think it cleared that Councilwoman Marion wants to be on it. I think Councilwoman Marion should be on it. She seems to be very passionate about this, and passion on, whether is a great thing to have on a committee. Who is the third person?
Myself.
Yourself, that's right. So it would just be a 3-person committee in order to avoid quorum?
Yes.
Would there be any citizens on the committee? I think I understood you to say no earlier. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. And
We can bring citizens.
Be an open session regardless, even though there's no quorum?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, great.
Yeah, I would definitely make it open.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes. Miss Jean Jopin.
Sorry, I was just saying darn it. I didn't say the other word. I have 2 questions. One is I want to clarify because it kind of went around several times, about 3 different times, where this rural versus urban and the ramifications thereof. Sometimes it was spoken of as if it was almost a foregone probability as opposed to a possibility. And the way I understood it when you first referenced it, because it's going to be determined by our census whenever that comes out, it's just a possibility unless, Mayor Ed, you have reason to believe from something else that it's more of a probability that we're going to become in the envelope of the urban as opposed to rural. So that's what I'm asking. Is there something else that's leaning toward probability as opposed to just a possibility where we're just waiting for the numbers to be crunched by the census?
So it's a possibility and it's uncertain, but the subject matter experts that I have spoken to, they're thinking that with the amount of growth that Austin has experienced in the last 10 years, it'll push that boundary out to include us. They would be telling it, they would say it's a probability.
Ah, okay. I see. Well, I'm hoping for the rural. And there's no indication at all as opposed to not as opposed, there's no indication at all toward any kind of a ballpark timeline for when the census is usually completed, or, any kind of a sliding scale at all, as opposed to a total unknown factor.
Not that I've been able to find.
Okay. Okay. Then my other question is with regard to the Cap Metro, this aspect of this net financial obligation is just kind of unbelievable to me. How can citizens, because they're saying we have to vote first, how can citizens make an informed decisions without that critical financial information? It's critical. What's our cost going to be, on one side or the other? And they're expecting us to somehow educate the public, present it, and make sure everybody understands this is going to be on the ballot potentially, without crucial financial decision-making information.
Yeah, and
it's absolutely counterintuitive.
Exactly, and that's why we put that into our bill to have that changed. Yeah.
So that's a possibility?
We can get an estimate. Last time Cap Metro gave us an estimate, and it was about $1 million.
Last time was how long ago?
5 years. So.
And we don't even know if it goes up or down as years go by.
Right. But
we don't. I have to say that again. We don't even know if our obligation is going to go up or down as the years pass by.
That is correct.
This is like unbelievable.
Yeah. Yeah. And they aren't expecting us to be able to educate.
Well, yeah. You can't educate with inadequate information.
Yeah.
Yeah. They've played the card. They've rigged the system.
Yes, in our bill, not only did we ask for an annual summary of what our NFO is, but we asked for a third party to calculate it. We asked that the state comptroller actually calculate it. Now, when I was talking to Senator Eckhart, she was not in favor of having the state comptroller do that for us because the state comptroller deals with state issues, and this is a local issue. She said she would take a look at it and could possibly recommend a third party to calculate the NFO for us. So it may not be the state comptroller, but hopefully it would be somebody other than Cap Metro.
Then that brings up another question. I'm sorry, is it okay if I say another question? Because I mean, there's always power in numbers, whether you're going in front of the school board or the city council when you have a group as opposed to an individual. What are the possibilities of us as a Lago Vista, as a small town, getting together with other small towns? Is there, can we put out a finger of soliciting information or in order to get a group together so that we have a consensus of the problem that exists? And this is like a total necessary thing.
So we have the small cities in Cap Metro. Excuse me, we do have an occasional meeting. Right now, the small cities is headed by Troy Hill, the mayor of Leander. There has been some talk from Leander, but I don't think they're serious about it. I think with their growth that they're seeing and stuff, that they're reconsidering staying in. The others would be like Point Venture, Jonestown. Those are in our immediate area. And then the others are like San Leanna. I can't think of who the others are right now. Manor. Manor's definitely not going to get out. So
they're like really well populated.
Yeah,
are there like southern cities or western cities?
I would say that if anybody was going to join us, it would be either Point Venture or Jonestown. But you have to take into consideration, if Jonestown gets out, then there's no bus coming out here at all. So if Jonestown stayed in, whatever services we have, we could just get people to Jonestown and they could catch Cap Metro from there. So I mean, those are just some things that we would have to discuss with their sister cities, but I kind of wanted to see where we were going to go first before I threw it out to them, because I didn't want them to do something and then us not do it, and
right.
We've left them out to dry. Yes, Councilor Williams.
But all these various options, I'm assuming, would be looked at by the subcommittee that is put together, correct?
Yes.
I mean, we're trying to hash something together that is going to have to be detailed, researched, and brought to us so that we could have a clearer picture. I mean, someone's going to have to give us a number. Someone's going to have to look at when to go on the ballot. Someone's going to have to look at what our options are in supplying service to our area. All those things are going to have to look at. And I would rather say we're going to form a subcommittee group and they research it fully and then bring it back for us to have more knowledge and insight.
Yeah, and that was my intent, is just to get, I didn't really intend for us to get into the weeds tonight, but
Thank you.
It's a hot button issue, so
I understand.
lots of questions. But yeah, the subcommittee's got to, there's a lot of work that's got to be done, so.
Correct.
Yes, Ms. DeVoe.
Hi, because what I'm hearing almost from everybody is get out of Cap Metro, get out of Cap Metro. And, you know, you got Samsung, Tesla, the Boring Company, Oracle, all coming right now. And if
Correct.
you, and with our building and with the people that are going to be going to work at these places, you are going to hope that you have something to take some of those people down to these areas and that they're all not driving out on 1431, or you're going to get a log jam like you're not going to believe. You're going to look like the LA freeway on the 210 or, you know, out that way. And so it's like, to me, you really have to get together and form this committee with people also that have an idea, like Shalane, Miss Marin, she rides that. So she knows, she takes it. So you have to put it together to where it's like, what are you offering instead? You can't just like pull out and say, you know, we're going to leave you out there because the law doesn't permit you that anyway. And with the urban sprawl, that's why we're not going to be rural anymore, because we have sprawl. It's everywhere. You know, it's like Jonestown is growing. They're knocking trees down and they're selling. If you look at Jonestown going down to 1431, there's huge lots right now for sale. What do you think's going there? More homes, you know, and if we're really thinking that we're going to become this quaint little tiny town and we're going to pull out of everything, we're wrong. You know, we just need to buckle down and say, what are we going to do that's going to be cost effective? And that's where we need to come from. What's going to be cost effective? So that's it.
Yeah, with the amount of growth, you know, 5 years from now, if let's say we decide to get out and then, I don't know, we just keep growing and things keep building our way, and it's a possibility we may regret it. You know, so it's all things that we need to take into consideration. But you know, we're at the 5-year point. I think it's something we do need to take into consideration. You know, so I'm ready to form the committee and start researching.
We'll do it.
So I make a motion that we form a committee and move forward.
All right. Committee consisting of
The 3 people that you said, and you figure out the other people that are needed to be on the committee.
all right. So right now, it would be myself, Counselor Marion, and Counselor Sullivan.
Correct. Those are the 3 council members, and you figure out which staff members and go from there.
Yeah.
I second the motion.
All right. So I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. All right. Another subcommittee has been formed. And we've got our work cut out for us. Gotta love it. When do I get to retire?
You don't.
Next year.
No, 3 years. I ran the numbers. Fire department loses me in 3 years. We're on 13. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding Travis County ESD1 fire stations 101 and 103. So I brought this on to y'all's attention. Again, there's not a lot action to be taken tonight. I'm just asking for direction. Basically, maybe to enter into a negotiations with ESD1, but we're at the point now where Travis County ESD1, their stations are getting closer to completion, especially Station 103, which is on Loman Ford Road. And I had told ESD1 back when we considered their first request that As we got closer to them opening, I would bring back, the domestic water use portion for their stations. So that's what I have brought to y'all tonight. Some of their request right now, they have an 8-inch line that goes down to that facility and feeds the training tower. That line is in place. It is metered. But that's, and that feeds that hydrant in the training facility down there. Right now, they're required to put in a second meter to meter their domestic water use just for the station. And I could be mistaken, but if I remembered correctly, the consideration was that the hydrant that they would have down by the training academy is not for firefighting capabilities at all. It's only for training, and that we would consider not charging them for the water that flowed through that meter for their training evolutions. However, the domestic water use by the firefighters in the station, as far as showering, cooking, those type of things, we had not negotiated yet, and that was what was to be brought back. So right now they're having to put a second meter and second separate water line to feed the station for domestic use. Their request is to forego that meter and just tap into the 8-inch water line that's already in place. That would save them some money on installation and allow them to open up sooner, because they don't have to wait for Lance's, and I don't know what the turnaround is on Lance's to come in and put that line in. But they're trying to save money. They were way over budget, so they're trying to save some money, and so they've come to us. Some of the thoughts that I have had is that if we're going to, because being a city, we can't just give away stuff. Obviously, again, that's that state statute that we're always up against. We can't just give away stuff. So we would have to enter into some sort of interlocal agreement with ESD1. Then they would provide us with certain services, to offset anything that we offered to them. My thoughts were along the lines of the fire marshal services that we used to contract with them for. Make that as part of the agreement. Some of the other things that they do for us, like providing fire and EMS for our 4th of July, our Lago Fest, the bike race. Because a lot of those situations, they may not necessarily have to have fire engines on standby, but they do have to have an ambulance on standby. So they could respond from a location for a fire, but they still have to have an ambulance on site, in case somebody has heat exhaustion or an injury or something like that. So at times they're faced with, staffing expenses. So those are types of things that we could negotiate into an ILA. So I'm just kind of here tonight to get the conversation started, maybe give me some direction to be able to sit down with ESD1 and discuss some alternatives. There are things we have to take into consideration, of course. Like I say, we can't give away stuff without a benefit to the city. Something to note, that 8-inch water line that they have going to their training facility, I think has a capability of 1,000 gallons a minute. If you look at our water rate structure right now, if this is an if, but if they were conducting some kind of heavy training evolution, the first 1,000 gallons would be something like $842, and then each additional 1,000 gallons after that is like $1,100 and something dollars. So if they did a heavy training evolution, they could run up, a couple of $1,000s worth of water at one time, and that's something we got to consider, because the citizens got to make that up through their water bills. Also, if they were to work with outlying agencies, Cedar Park or Leander or somebody else at their training facilities, and they're charging those agencies to come and train, that would be something that we would have to consider capturing as well, because we can't give away stuff, especially to agencies that are outside the city of Lago Vista. Somebody had asked me at one point as well, the ESD is a county fire department, and they're wanting to know why the city of Lago Vista should pay for a county, fire department. Why is the county not coming in and helping ESD 1 with their budget shortfalls on their buildings? So I don't know, just things to consider. Yes, Councilor Marion.
Thank you, Mayor. A really quick clarification here. I thought that the training center at the fire station up here on Loman and Boggy, I don't believe it's a live fire training facility. I believe that it's electric, all done like electrically. So I don't know how accurate it is to say that they would be using a whole bunch of water for training things out there, because they wouldn't actually be extinguishing live fires. Is that right?
That is correct. It is unknown. Yes, it is not a burned building.
Right.
It's not a live fire. So yes, the chances of them using a large amount of water or something like that would be rare. I mean, slim.
Yeah.
But
it seems like the water they would use would most likely be for fighting fires.
not necessarily. In the city of Austin, we're constantly doing fire stream and hose lays, and we conduct most of our training without fire. We're just shooting, we're pretending a tree is fire, and we're car fires, we're putting out car fires, but the car's not actually on fire. Propane tanks. There's most of the training, 90 to 99% of it is done without actual fire, and we'll go through several thousand gallons in one training evolution. So the potential for water use is still very high. It just may not be for fighting actual fire. Yes, Councilor Williams.
Mr. Mayor, the training facility has a meter on it already, correct?
Yes.
So the issue is having a meter for the other building, correct?
Right.
So
That's
how
one
much
of their
is that?
requests.
How much a cost is that?
Oh, the tap fee, the normal tap fee is $750, and then I think the estimate was if we did it in-house, if they used us to do it as opposed to Lance, I think our estimate was about 11,000.
So if we were trying to help them, out, could we just do that and put in the line ourselves and say, our $11,000 is to help you, but we need to have a meter. We need to have the meter, and we just set up the line and let it roll, and they pay for water.
Yeah, we could. Again, we would probably have to negotiate something, for that $12,000 expense. But yeah, we could do that.
I mean, that would be the easiest way of helping them out if we were going to help them out. But I gotta believe we gotta have a meter to at least know how much water they're using. Even if we were to give them a break on water, we still need to know what we're looking at.
Right, because of our system loss and stuff like that, the way we monitor, what goes through our system.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's all kinds of options. Something I mentioned, if we just allowed them to, let's just say we allow them to just tap into that 8-inch line. The water's all metered, everything like that. We work out some kind of interlocal agreement. 4 or 5 years down the road, that ILA does not get renewed. Now they got to go back in and they've either got to pay for all the water going through that 8-inch line, or they would have to go in and install that separate line and meter at that point in time, so with the costs always increasing, it may be more beneficial for them to put that line in now than wait to put it in. So yes, Councilor Weatherly.
I spent quite a bit of time with Eric and our new city manager, Roger, and I went out and looked at the situation that exists at the fire station. The biggest problem is that where the 8-inch meter is set, there is not room for them to tap in to the city line beyond it. The meter is setting too close to the main feed line. And what has got to happen is they've got to pick up the vault, the concrete thing that the meter is setting in, move it out, then put the meter back in, and then go back and tap for the water on the firehouse. The big concern by the ESD is that they are going to have to pay sewer on the water that is going through that 8-inch pipe. Now, they should not have to pay sewer for the water that they're using for their training. That's not going back into the system. That's not going through our sewage system. So the thing is, they don't want to have to pay for all of that because, as you said, if they used a fair amount of water, the sewer charge would be equally burdensome. If we can set up simply doing a sewage rate that is at a fixed rate according to what they have been using at the other firehouse, and that can be determined by their billing, I don't think they'd have any problem with just tapping into the 8-inch and going on and getting their water. Their biggest concern right now, and the biggest problem, is that they can't finish that fire station till they have water. And without the water tap, they can't get it on down the road, and the contractor's saying they're not going to sit around and wait. So if they don't get water in there, the contractor's going to walk. So they've got kind of a rock and a hard place. My personal opinion is that we need to work out an interlocal agreement or something where we do not charge them for water. I think it's kind of silly for us to charge a county entity that is supported by county taxes and pay twice, because that's basically what we're doing. all the money that they're spending to pay our water bill is money that we've already put in taxes. It's like we're taxing ourselves. But my opinion is that we should come up with some kind of agreement to eliminate charges for water, sewer, garbage to the fire departments. And if we can't do that, we definitely need to come up with something so that we can guarantee them that the rate that they're paying for sewer for that new fire station is a reasonable charge and is not related to the training water that they're going to use.
Right. Yeah, and that was another option that they threw out, was maybe a contract for a flat rate as a contract customer. So, yes, Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. We charge the school district for water, right? So why would we treat the fire department any different? I don't understand that, but I want to make sure I understand something. We have water at Loman, and their meter is right there. And then the water line flows down their drive. There's a fire hydrant there. Then the water line flows down to the building. And then I'm assuming it continues on out to the training facility. But my understanding is there's only the 1 meter up at Loman. Is that correct? There's no separate meter down at the training facility. There's 1 meter to that whole facility.
Right.
And that's the problem. Now, what I was going to say is this: they normally wouldn't pay for water for firefighting abilities. And I believe, again, as you move from Loman down their drive, there's a fire hydrant, and then it moves on down the building. I believe they put the fire hydrant there to fill up their trucks when they go out, when they need to go out and firefight. The problem is that they didn't need that fire hydrant there because there's a fire hydrant just 20 yards on the other side of their drive that they could have tapped into for firefighting, filling the truck capability. And to my understanding is that's part of the problem. And so I guess what I'm asking is there some way to simply, get rid of that fire hydrant that's there in the middle, bypass it, whatever, so that the firefighting water doesn't come into play at all. And then you encapsulate a flat fee sewer situation for them that gets both parties what they need.
I guess it would be possible, but that's already there. I mean, that's already been done. I think the concern was, the length of lay as well too. For them to do any training, if they were going to use water of any type, having to lay from Loman Ford Road was a very long, lengthy lay. And then I think there was also concerns that they're using a hydrant that's in the system for fighting fire, and so it's putting limit if they get a fire somewhere, or if there's another fire somewhere on that same line, that it would be limited. But I mean, that's a possibility, but I think it may too late in the ball game for that one, since that hydrant and everything has already been put in place.
Okay, my final comment would be, I'm all in favor of helping them get to where they need to be. And I think that you and Mr. Chan probably should go try and negotiate with them to figure out something and bring it back to council. I think I'm with Mr. Williams in that we need to be metering what they're using, so that we can do the math on our own system for loss and things like that, versus just saying, we're just not going to measure anything and we're just going to give them water for free. I don't think that's a solution that makes a whole lot of sense, but I'm absolutely all in favor of you guys negotiating with them and seeing if we can't come to some kind of, happy medium.
Councilor Prince?
I'll just kind of second that. So I would suggest that you two gentlemen, mayor and city manager, just go negotiate a solution for us. And probably the one parameter that I would lay on it is we need to be able to measure water usage, and we can figure out separately who pays what and how they pay us back, or how it all works legally. But we do need to be able to measure what's being used.
Okay. All right. Is there anybody on staff that feels like they need to chime in and add to maybe something I didn't cover or I'm wrong on or? Okay, good. Yes, Councilor Marion.
Mayor, quick question, right? So we know that there's a lot of folks out in the community, and I think even members of council have asked, why are these fire stations not open? So is the issue with opening that station all related to whether or not we're going to meter water? Like, would they be able to hook up to water tomorrow and open that facility? Or is the whole issue that the permit for the water is being held up because of this issue that we're talking about tonight? Like, what's the issue, why it's not open? And is this really the core of it?
I'm pretty sure they could not hook up tomorrow. I don't know that they've even got the line. A line ran to the station for domestic use. There's still some installation that has to go in, whether they tapped into that line or they put in a separate meter. There's still some work that has to be done. Now, if we come up with something to help them out, it would speed it up, but it wouldn't be like tomorrow.
Do they have a permit for their water right now?
I don't know the answer to that.
Mayor, if I may chime in on this one, this is Eric.
Yes.
As far as the city's obligations to the 2 fire stations, all the permits were granted and the city installed meters, and both meters are open for the fire department to connect to. On the fire station on Bronco has a 2-inch meter and a water line that's connected to it. The fire station on Loma has an 8-inch water line that is connected to it, and it's open. The issue is that when they, and this water line is on and it's supplying water to the fire station. However, on the fire station side, they did not connect the domestic water line to the this 8-inch fire water line as it was permitted in the drawings. I'm assuming at the time they anticipated that they would be coming to you guys for this separate option. The city is not requiring a separate service. They had indicated that they want a separate service, but they had indicated to staff they wanted the separate service because they didn't want to pay the sewer rate on that one. And that's the information that we have as staff. We did meet out there with their engineer, their plumber, and we discussed what could be done. One of the things that would delay this process on what they wanted a separate service was because the service, the way it was designed, was not going to work on site. So we had to meet with a plumber on site, see what they could do differently to make it work. So we solved the solution. We came up with a solution. We came up with an estimate of $11,000 and change, I believe. And that's where we are. That's where we are right now on that one. They have installed their service up to the city easement where the meter is on the Longman Fire Station, but that is not connected because obviously it's waiting for this separate service to be hooked up to the meter.
Okay, so
they're waiting.
They can't open because there's a holdup on the city side. Is the $11,000 the holdup? I'm just trying to figure out like what's the holdup to that station being able to open? Is it us or is it the city or is it the ESD?
Mayor and council, it's really not city's position to point fingers, but as far as legal obligations and what was required by the permitting that was approved, the city has fulfilled its obligations. The fire station wants a separate service. The city is willing to provide the separate service. Obviously, there's a cost associated with this separate service, but city staff cannot waive that cost until that cost either gets paid or until city council gives city staff different direction we won't be able to provide the service. There is water there. If the fire station immediately needed water for to temporarily hook up so the fire station could open while this was being resolved, they could do that and tap in to the existing water line that was connected to the building. It was simply not connected to the domestic portion of the building. It was only connected to the fire suppression system.
But they could go ahead and install that themselves, right? That second connection, if they wanted to. They don't have to necessarily wait for council or city to do it, right? They could do it on their own, correct?
They could, Mayor, but it is going to cost them money to pay their plumber. And the plumber had indicated that it's not really something that they're willing to do, but there was a separate plumber that was willing to do that.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question?
Yes, Councilor Williams.
Eric, if we were to install this line for them, how soon could we get that line done and completed for them?
Mayor and Council, there's two separate things. There's the line that goes from the meter to the building that is on private property, and then the builder installs it. And I believe they've installed most of it, and they've, from what I observed on site, they have it right up to the meter. What for our portion is the tap itself, not the line that goes to the building. That tap itself, I believe if we were to start hypothetically Monday, work would take about a week to complete.
So we could put in the meter and the line in about a week.
Again, Mayor, I don't want to confuse the two things. The line is a separate thing that they've already installed most of it already. What we're doing is installing a service and the meter. The service, which was basically a tap. Just wanted to clarify that.
And they would be up and running. Correct.
That's what they're asking for. That's my understanding.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, audience. Comments? Yes, Ms. Jean Jopin.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few questions, but I'm just going to ask them kind of all at one time, and so maybe you can come back to it, and then I have a couple of thoughts. My questions are, how many of the county-style fire stations in our area or across the state of Texas are required to pay for their water use at the fire station? Do we have any statistics about that? Because to me, it seems really rare. That just seems almost another counterintuitive type of thing. Measuring it, I agree with 100% measuring it so you can see where the water is going and having the meters. But for a fire station that is there to serve us and we're charging them for water, it's an emergency service. And as I understand in my talks with Donnie, we are number 5 in the risk category across the United States at risk of fires. And that's extremely scary. And this is our fire department, and our firefighters are extremely well trained and cross-trained. We have amazing capabilities with our firemen and women. And that just kind of blows my mind. And do our other smaller cities, do they charge our county fire department for the use of water in their areas? If they have separate water like Jonestown or Cedar Park or Point Venture or across the way, Lakeway, do they charge their fire stations? I assume their county, if they're in Travis, I guess, do they charge their fire stations for station water use? I'm not going to use a correct verbiage because I don't know it. I admit to that. So I'm just going to generalize, okay? But the gist of it, I hope. we still be, oh, one question you answered, we would still, even if they stayed with the 1 8-inch line, we would still be able to, because at one point it was confusing, like we needed the second line in order to measure the water, but we don't. It would still be metered and we would still know what they used if they stuck with the 8-inch line. If there wasn't the logistical problem that about not being able to connect the domestic usage line into the 8-inch line, that's a whole nother thing. So it seems that it's more cost effective and efficient to install a second line. And here we are at the $11,000 and the $750 tap fee. And then the biggie, which I understand, is the sewage fees, which are understandably a big burden. And I think that, as 2 council members and the mayor has mentioned, what I think they're called ILA agreement, basically a barter agreement. There's this amazing opportunity for all this to equalize in a service situation where they're there for us. There's just amazing opportunities for us to be able to work with them and get a win-win situation with exchanges. And $11,000 to get that water going seems to me a pretty nominal amount of money that can be easily recouped with in-kind contributions for the benefit of the whole. That let's get this done. And the idea of our fire department having to pay for their water usage is, again, it is extremely counterintuitive to me. But the statistics, I'd be interested in the statistics. Maybe my feeling is totally unjustified and everybody does it. I don't know.
So
that's why I'm asking.
I can't give you exact statistics, but I did reach out to 3 different ESDs, Williamson County, ESD1 in the Hutto area, and then ESD2, Travis County ESD2 is Pflugerville, and then ESD11, I believe, is Manor. Those are departments that recently, within the last, I don't know, 4 to 5 years, have had stations built. So that's why I reached out to those, and it goes across the board. Some of them did not charge them for the tap fees and the lines and all that stuff, but they do pay for the daily water usage, just like any other customer. I think the one in Manor is actually on a mud, and the city of Manor could not tell me what ESD, actually it's not, I think it's 12, not 11. ESD 12 up there, they could not tell me, what the agreement was between the fire department and the mud, but they did tell me that had it been in the city, that they would not have, the fire department would still have to pay for their stuff. And then Williamson County, I think they just gave them the Hutto area. I think they gave them everything. So it goes across the board, and it's just up to council on what we want to provide.
Well, I hope that we have a big, I feel that we do, and I hope that we can see our way through. There's a big range of win-win, in-kind, exchange, barter, and everything, and that we can get this done quickly. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yep. Ms. DeVoe.
Hi. Last year, I think we were kind of dealing with this as well, with the ESD, that it was about their water lines, and you guys gave them a bunch of money back that they had paid in permits and all that. And like my condos, we don't pay for sewer for any of our outside water. We're on some type of line that we just pay straight water. Now, each one of our condos pays sewer fees, but our outside water for watering our yard, we have no sewer fee for that. So there's already that capability with the city water. So why not get our guys to put the water line in for them so they have it to the domestic side. Don't charge them sewer at all, and then just charge them for water.
Now,
I mean, that's pretty simple. You've gone on about this for 45 minutes, and it seems like such a simple process. Pay the city to get it done, which we already have the crews. Eric's already said he knows what to do. Get Eric's guys in there 1 week. Tell them we'll cut them the break with no sewer fees, and then let them pay for water. And then hopefully they'll also, because now they're having to pay for part of their water, not be wasting water just, haphazardly like we had determined last time. If you let people water all crazy, they just go crazy. So if they're paying for water, they won't. Just don't let them pay for sewer. Easy. That's my opinion.
Thank you. Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. DeVoe, the reason why you have that situation at your place is you have multiple meters. You have a separate meter for your irrigation for the outside water, and then other meters for your inside. They don't have separate meters for that, and so it's not that simple. The other thing is that there's one meter there at Loman that flows past a fire hydrant that they'll use to fill their trucks for firefighting, goes down to the building and out to training. So if we do exactly as you say and just make them pay for water, they'd be paying for all their water, not just what they use inside the building, but also for the firefighting and the training. And we want to avoid that too. So it's not a simple situation. And that's the reason why we're asking the mayor and Mr. Chan to go work with them, figure out a solution, and bring that solution back to us.
All right. Yes, Ms. DeVoe.
I was going to say, because I did hear what you were saying, Mr. Sullivan, also, Councilmember Sullivan, about removing the hydrant. And I do know that it is feasible to remove that one hydrant and cap it, because we used to have 2 out here on Travis when they were first putting these new fire hydrants in. And we had 2 sitting out there for the longest time. And the city or whoever was fixing these finally came and took out one of them. So you can cap that and make it a straight line without having that fire hydrant there, like you were saying. And so if they can make that possible, that would solve that problem, correct? Like you were saying. Yes.
It would solve part of the problem. I got pushback when I suggested it, so I'm not really sure what the issue is. But bottom line is, I think we should stop. Like you said, we've been going on for 45 minutes, and let Mayor Tidwell and Mr. Chan go talk with them. That's my humble opinion. Thank you.
I think I've got enough options in my cap now to negotiate on, so I'm ready. All right. And if everybody's good, I'll take that direction, and I'll get with Mr. Chan, and I'll contact ESD, and we'll start working. All right, where am I at? I think I'm on the future meetings. And I currently, I don't know, I don't have anything on my list that we haven't already scheduled, so I need input on something. Yes, Mr. Wesley.
I would need to appoint 2 new members to our Golf Course Advisory Committee. Majal Linderman and Mike Arms have both moved out of the community, and we need to get 2 new members on there and need to do that next meeting, please.
All right. Councilor Prince.
You and I talked about this earlier today, so I'm not quite sure how to tee it up, but we need to figure out a discussion about the airport POA and the city and how that impacts our potential to do projects up there at the airport.
Yes, thank you. Aaron, question. We've got this agreement that we've got to get hashed out. I know TxDOT has given us, so many years, but they've basically told us our funding is in jeopardy if we don't hash this out. So this needs to go to our airport advisory board first. Do we have to put it on the agenda to direct airport advisory board, or can we just direct them to the liaison to take this and get it on the next airport advisory board agenda?
I think there can be direction to the liaison to have that discussion. Because you're not taking any specific action. You're not approving anything in particular, giving your airport advisory board committee member direction to have a discussion with them about that. They'll have to have it on their agenda, and then they'll have to bring everything back to you.
Right. And I know we did something to building and standards last meeting. I want to say, I just wanted to make sure, I was pretty sure we could just, provide that direction to the liaison. Okay. All right. Yes. Councilor Sullivan.
Mayor, I was just going to remind everybody that our policies and procedures for liaisons interacting with the committees, indicates that the liaison and the committee chairperson will coordinate to develop the agenda. So he should be fully empowered to work with the chairperson to add that item.
Oh, yeah, I just didn't know if, because we were initiating it at our level, if we actually had to take action, or we could just.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, I'm not on video, but may I respond to Mr. Councilor Sullivan real quick?
Sure.
Thank you. That's not correct. The committee chair it's not obligatory for the committee chair to work with the council liaison. The council, the chairman is solely responsible for developing the agenda. It's in an ordinance passed in 2018. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Davila and I and Mr. Williams worked on that. And if I remember correctly, I do believe the two get to work together.
I'll be happy to forward you the ordinance.
All right, well, from here, I'm going to take the action. I'm either going to get a hold of the liaison or the chairperson and get it on their agenda.
Got it.
So, anybody else think of future agenda items? All right. Well, if that is the case, then we still have some executive session items that we did not get finished with. So we are going to convene into a closed executive session pursuant to sections 551.071, advice of counsel, 551.072, real property, 551.074, personnel, section 551.087, economic development, Texas Government Code, and section 1.05, Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct regarding A, consultation with legal counsel and possible action concerning any regular meeting agenda item requiring confidential attorney-client advice necessitated by the deliberation or discussion of said item, and B, consultation with legal counsel regarding Lago Quality Foods LLC, DBA Baker's Bar and Grill Concession Services contract, and we convene at 10:37 p.m.
Mr. Mayor, I need just 5 minutes to go to the restroom now.
All right, and Stan, leave it open, keep it recording. We have to come back. Stay awake. And I'll see y'all on the other side.
Good to see you there, Roger, in the meeting. Not speaking up very much yet, though.
You're muted, Roger.
I do that all the time. You're still muted. Or maybe he's talking to somebody else.
Yeah, maybe on the other side of the desk.
Uh-huh. Well, it was quite the comprehensive meeting tonight, huh?
It was. It was. You got a little bit of skin in the game, Diane, since that place is out there close to you. At Nature.
Yeah, and there was. I didn't actually realize, because the meeting I was in where they were going to be in, I was there, but nobody showed up, so it kind of got pushed, tabled. And apparently they came in on another meeting, another P&Z. They were there on another P&Z, and it's like the one P&Z meeting that I missed. And so I didn't even realize that they had gotten the zoning part already done. I didn't even realize that. And so
Yeah, it was a little unclear in the packet. It looked like they were, it looked like there was more involved than just that little bitty dinky corner that they were trying to talk about tonight, but it wound up being more than that.
Well, yeah,
I don't even that. Yeah, I don't remember that.
Into the little corner that they were talking about. Yeah, and I just kind of, because I wasn't able to be in the meeting, things that I had in my mind that I was concerned about, and I didn't even bring up, because on one of the sets of maps, and there's so many of them, there's a little teeny tiny reference, and you have to blow it up on the screen so big to see it. A little teeny tiny reference down lower on their western side, my eastern side, that there's in little words it says possible it is not a quote, it's paraphrase or old brain recall, possible property line crossover or incursion or something like that. The intimation being that the property lines as surveyed are incorrect in some manner. And I'm like, what are they talking about? And let's explain that, because, you know, before we even purchased it, we had it surveyed because it's so complicated. This was originally two separate, what do they call them? Tracks or
lots.
What's the word? Not lots, the county reference in your platting.
Oh, tracts, plots. I mean, they use all kinds of.
Yeah, you see it on the places on the agenda where they're talking about the city, you know, selling or buying certain areas.
Yeah.
No, putting for sale these little areas that the city wants to sell, get money back for. But anyway, this was originally two, and it was merged into one. And plus, unusually, on the southeast side, my property line goes down into what I call the little finger of the cove. I mean, this inlet has 3 fingers, 3.5 fingers, because the one on the east side is the most shallow. But my property line goes down into that little finger cove and back up again. And you can't really see that when they draw the lines. It looks like a straight line, you know. But Keith, I think it was Keith or Kevin rather, who was looking at it probably from Google, and you could see the dense overgrowth on the part of the hillside that's really cliffside.
Yeah.
That's going down. Yeah. So it can be quite And that little triangle, I'm not sure, because there's a little triangle pivot that my property line extends over, and a little sliver of a triangle just past this drainage easement. And I'm not sure what that is either. It's like there's some kind of easement. It's an easement to who? Usually an easement means that somebody has some sort of right, correct?
Absolutely.
And,
They got the right to either to cross it or lay something under it or.
Right. So
do
whose
something.
easement
Yeah.
is it? That's and their lawyer said she deflected. I'm sure rightly. I'm not saying it wasn't true what she said, but that it was just a transfer and annotation that or notations that their surveyor did off of previously existing surveys. Carry something through. But to me, it's worrisome. I'm only one person. I have no power. But if something is written there that there's somebody's drainage that there is a drainage easement, whose is it? If it was property owners, it'd be mine, right?
Well, you don't need an easement across your own property.
That's my point. It's a redundant reference. It's an unnecessary reference. If it's only for the property owner, there's no need to reference. But because it's referenced, who is it? That's what concerns me. And I asked Keith Walters, the guy who owns this with whoever else his investors are. I asked him about it, and he had no knowledge of it. He said he was going to get with his engineer and try to get back with me before the city council meeting, but he hasn't been able to. And full disclosure, I didn't give him much time because I was scrambling to get through this, just yesterday, and try to contact him late in the afternoon. So I didn't give him much time, and I didn't expect him to be able to. But I wanted it to kind of be on the record since I wasn't able to be there in the P&Z meeting. I kind of wanted my concerns. It was an opportunity to make my concerns on record somewhere. Right. And so I appreciate that Mayor Ed was able to allow me to do that.
Yeah.
But it worries me because I don't have a lot of power. I don't have a lot of money. I have a lot of stuff.
I get it. You've got concerns and you want them on the record in case you need to come back, point at them later.
Yeah, it's just.
Let's hope not.
Exactly. And that's why I brought it up as just hoping that they would honor it, because I understand and some misunderstood me. I don't know if I spoke unclearly or what it is that sometimes things go off on a tangent when you try to make the qualifications in your statement, but yet still somebody goes off on that tangent that you were trying to be sure you were clear about,
I thought my question was pretty clear, and Roy kept answering another question that I didn't ask, and I was like,
exactly.
And I didn't mean to insult him, but I figured Aaron knew what I was talking about more than he did. So, I said, can you jump in here?
Sometimes, we're only human. Sometimes we can get kind of in this thought rut that we're on, whoever it is. And with the fencing thing, it kind of got off on a tangent of continuing to explain to me about retaining wall versus, screened in. A screening wall, the 6-foot screening wall. And I know what a retaining wall is, but in their context, there wasn't enough about it to be able to make sure we were on the same page, basically.
That's part of the problem that I had is that the terms that they use, these conditional use permits and special use permits, they're not defined.
Oh, that's
anywhere.
a whole other subject, Rob.
Yeah, they're not defined
That's
anywhere.
a whole other subject.
But it's the same sort of thing. When you say a screening wall, are you really talking about a retaining wall? You're trying to figure out, because they have one idea and it may not be the same as.
Well, I just wanted clarification, since I knew the lawyer was going to be there, or I assumed the lawyer was going to be there. I wanted on record clarification, basically, and that we were on the same page with the way, defining our terms, sort of thing. Because a lot of times, you know, in legal, there's terms that have a very, very specific, very contextualized definition for certain words. Whereas in common usage, that word has 5 different nuanced meanings, you know, so it's very, very easy to get off track. But in my case, I realized I was referencing things that weren't necessarily ironclad in city ordinances, but because we had discussions, good neighbor discussions prior to that, where they seemed to be.
You were hoping they were going to commit to what they said before.
Well, I didn't expect for the lawyer, to commit to that right here. I wanted it on record. I personally have talked to Keith already, and but no confirmation then either, which again I didn't expect. You just have to put it out there and be nice and be respectful and let them know that you're a reasonable person. And but what I'm saying is because we had talks already in a reasonable environment, in a good neighbor environment, where they had already agreed before things fell apart for other reasons, when the south section of their property was going to be the phase 1 focus. And then it all changed to the northern part of there, because their 2 properties are separated by this the community, the private street community. And anyway, in our good neighbor talks, they had committed to a 50-foot like green zone.
Yeah.
For noise and for traffic and wedding goers not having ready access to private property, i.e. the wall, the stone wall, and sound buffers with, you know, certain trees with sound buffers and things like that. And I tend to stay in the background a lot, and I wasn't the primary focus at that time in those early meetings. So it was more focused on those neighbors, not me over on this other side, which was going to be the latter phase, which, you know, and we'll get to that. I figure we would get to. So given that all that changed, and we hadn't had any more good neighbor meetings because everything kind of fell apart on the basis of 2 property owners over there. I keep pointing over there. I was like, over there. And so I was just asking them through her and I asked him on the phone as well, to consider honoring that original scenario, those original scenarios, and not and the 50 feet setback, because, you know, when I don't know who said it looked like it was who was this? It looked like it was a fire lane. Well, no, I see 1, 2, 3, 4 in that parking lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and a half, 6 and a half parking places in how they have it designed. That's neither here nor there, but I couldn't figure out how they were calling it a fire zone on that section. So I was just asking consider on because people tend to, being that, you know, we built a business in Houston also that was right behind an apartment complex with the big old 7 or 8 foot tall fence. But people, for whatever reason, God forbid me, I don't understand, but people, and I believe in the good of people, okay, but there are a lot of errant people, and people would throw junk over the fence.
Oh yeah.
For what reason? Who knows? Or for no reason whatsoever. And that's a parking lot. You don't know what happened. It's not really close to any other of their businesses. I don't have a building there. There's no building from my property 20 feet from the property line up there. But still, I'm one person over here. It's a very rural, private area, and I can't see from my house what goes on up there. And it's about my privacy and my safety more than anything else. For me, asking them to honor that 50-foot setback, not just 20 feet. People will walk over there and throw stuff over the fence, go up to look, see what they can see or whatever, you know. Heaven knows I have some unbelievable problems with the dock that people on the lake somehow don't think there's such a thing as private property. If they have access to it, they somehow in their mind, they believe it's perfectly okay to go go
Go
right.
quiet.
It's just
Yeah.
totally unbelievable. I still, being here by myself for 4 years, I cannot wrap my head around how it is that people can feel like they can just go right up and anchor their boat 25 feet away from your dock and get caught on your line and just jerk your dock here, there, and everywhere while they're trying to keep their $15 anchor. You
Yeah.
know, it's and in the meantime, I'm risking my equipment, my stuff, and water lines and electric lines, and you know, it's unbelievable to me,
Mhm.
but it happens. So that's my thing. I just wanted to get it on record that, you know, I can't mandate it, and they've got what appears to be a beautiful plan, and I'm not against the development, but I
It
just
looks,
would ask.
it looks like it's pretty nicely designed. They just, I
I
understand,
think
you're just
so.
trying to get your area, your little area covered and keep yourself safe. But I mean, the thing in general looks like a nice facility.
I believe it
Yeah,
is. I believe
who
it.
knows? Who knows? But you know, maybe, yeah, get, you know, at least you might have a little neighborhood bar out of it anyway that you can walk over
No,
to.
that's
Right?
what Paul.
There you go.
That's what Paul Truthaker said, not Paul Robert, but I mean, because Paul Truthaker and Mindy, they live on the Lakeshore Point, and it's funny that you say that, because that's what he says. Hey, now we're going to have a bar. We could just walk up the road and walk back home.
But no, this is. Well, I wonder how long they're going to stay back there. I put the over and under at 12:45 a.m. on this meeting, but
What's that mean, over and under? What are we at? We're all going on 11.
well,
We were making pretty good time up till about 9:30.
yeah, they were the Cap Metro thing and the fire station thing really ground them to a halt, and
And I have to say, Darcy was saying, oh, we talked for so many minutes, but I have to say that the public, us public, we did not talk for all those minutes about the fire station. It was the council who was talking all those minutes. And I'm not, you know, I'm not negating any of the talk. Conversation is good. And this is a very important issue.
It is.
And I
It is.
I think it's a great arena to do the win-win barter situation, because the fire station has a lot they can offer the city where there's no money that goes from spreadsheet to spreadsheet, and
Well, they certainly need to
the
get
same
that.
thing for us.
Yeah, they need to get that relationship back on solid ground.
Yeah, we cannot be going back and forth with the county and the city. We need to have a copacetic relationship, and that's I know it's probably used too often, but win-win. And the barter, or the what did Ed call it? The ILA. I've changed my papers.
Yeah,
I always I used to print out
intergovernmental
everything.
look. Yeah, intergovernmental local agreement or something like that. Yep.
Intergovernmental ILA. It must have been ILA. I mean, that's just a prime opportunity to be able to use something like that.
Sure.
Sounds
absolutely.
Great. And that's the kind of thing. That's the kind of thing that, you know, two significant people, Mayor Ed and Roger, that they can put their heads together and get the comprehensive knowledge with Donnie and whoever else they need to be talking with, and say, yes, this is, you know, the most efficient, logistically, the most efficient economically, and put it on paper.
Yeah.
I mean, we need our fire station. We need our fire station working. We really do. It's just it's bordering on the ridiculous right now.
Yeah,
Maybe
it was like that old. It was like that old. But the explanations, I mean, they talked for 40-45 minutes, and I still don't have a good grasp of what the problem is. I mean, as to why they can't open now. I mean, I still did not get a good explanation.
It's about not having a tap. I understood it to be the second tap has a lot to do with the the sewage fees. And so from the city's perspective, it's the second tap, and then Eric referred to it as and the line or something like that, which pulls
Yeah,
into the plumbers. So basically those two things.
Yeah, well,
But
I heard all that. I just
$11,000. I mean, the city
Yeah.
wastes more than $11,000
Oh,
on
yeah.
about 5 different things. That the $11,000 is like I said, nominal
Oh.
for something as important as our fire stations.
Yeah, when we're paying $21,000 for some goofy headhunter from California to find another city manager.
Like I said, there's a greater waste on at least 5 different things that
Oh yeah.
have crossed in my eyes that than this $11,000 for a water line for a fire department. It's
Yep.
just it's obscenely ridiculous. I'm sorry. That's the way I
No,
see
no,
it.
that's I agree. I agree. It's like
You can
get it
keep
up and
track of the
running.
water. Yeah,
What's
you
that?
can keep track of the water, and if things they could even in their ILA they could put caps on things. You know, if for some reason
Limits.
there's
Sure.
something unanticipated and it
Yeah.
goes above a certain amount, then we have a plan B option, that sort of a thing. And
Right.
I don't know about this cap, the fire hydrant. We're having 2 fire hydrants and getting rid of one. That again sounds just super inefficient and defies logic.
That didn't make sense to me.
No, because what if we have a fire? What do you call it? A forest fire. What if we have a forest fire and we have 4, you know, fire engines are coming from other parts of the county because of what's needed here, and we have 4 fire engines that are filling up with water at one time.
Yeah.
Well, the fire station needs more than one access point, you know, so putting having a fire hydrant there and considering tapping it off because there's 2 is what? No, they
It's already there. Leave it alone.
it's already there. Keep it. You said that- I mean, there was I'm sure in the plan there was justification, and if Ed and Roger and bring up to Donnie, okay, you've got 2 fire hydrants here. Why not, you know, why not to have just one? Well, Donnie would say, well, it's because of A, B, and C. They know exactly why they had 2 fire hydrants there, right?
Somebody should, yeah.
Somebody drew up those plans, you know.
Somebody did.
And I definitely think we need to have the fire department needs to have more than one place for refilling at the fire station. You know, I don't.
Yeah.
Again, I don't have statistics about how many fire hydrants for refilling the trucks each fire station and in the major metropolitan counties of Texas have.
We might not be able to fill up more than one at a time just due to the pressure and supply.
Water pressure or something?
Capacities. I have no idea, but
but they will. They will. That's the kind of question. Together, they know those things. And instead of spending 30 minutes hashing around if then else and whys and wherefores, they will have between a group of 4, they will have all those answers and be able to work out a barter agreement and so much more efficiently.
Yep. Yeah. So, well, we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
I hope it goes well. We'll keep our fingers crossed. I hope it goes well. I have confidence in our guys.
Well, I think the root cause of the bad blood is gone. So I think
What was
maybe
that?
can
You
get something
have a
done.
lot more history here than I do, Rob. I have very little history actually. So
I don't know.
What is the root cause?
It was my understanding is somehow Josh and Donnie got crossways. I don't know. I don't know the exactly why, but it wouldn't surprise me. So it, you know, if that helps make things cleaner, great. If they can put that behind them, great. So,
Yeah.
But yeah, they do need to sit down. They need to talk. And hell, if they can't get it worked out, they ought to try to like mediate it. Have somebody, you know, get some help trying to.
I don't even want to go there. Rob, you have to think positive. This is our fire department we're talking about. There is
Yeah,
no
let's hope so.
mediation. they're gonna sit at a round table with all their little stacks of paper and information and work out a deal.
I suspect something will get worked out, but when something needs to, if you can help the issue along sometimes. So, but
And the bartering situation, especially when there's so much to give on both sides, the bartering situation this is just an ideal environment for something like that, which
Yep.
is why it exists as an option, I'm sure. So I think it's super.
Hey, Darcy, still with us? Where's your
Muted
bird tonight? Where's your bird tonight?
She's sleeping.
Ah,
She was out all day. I've been working from home, so she comes out in the morning now and stays out with me most of the day. And I've been trying to put her up because she's going to get used to me being home, and then eventually someday COVID will be over and I'll go back to work.
yeah.
Oh, this should be sad. Does she talk?
No, she flies though.
Oh, looky here.
She
We're
used to
back.
say,
Hey,
"Oh, they're back! Yay!"
jackpot, they're coming back.
Were you close? In your over under, Rob, were you close?
No, they're gonna beat it. They're gonna be under.
Oh, all right.
So what were you guys doing?
All right. We got everybody. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we're back. Dun, 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 dun. Who are we missing? We're missing Mr. Chan.
Andrew's still with us, so he should be here soon.
I can hear him talking. There we go. All right. So all right, we reconvene from executive session into open session at 11:06 p.m. to act as deemed appropriate in city council's discretion regarding A, any necessary action regarding any regular meeting agenda item, or B, any necessary action regarding Lago Quality Foods LLC. All right, so no action to be taken. At this point, I'm going to ask Ms. Salvetta if she will provide us with an update of what happened in executive session.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Regarding item B, that was a discussion regarding the default on the agreement with Lago Quality Foods and Baker's Bar and Grill, doing business as Baker's Bar and Grill. Staff was given direction on methods to approach resolution of those defaults with the company. Very similarly, on item C, there was a discussion regarding the default on the settlement agreement, and direction was given to staff regarding how to try to resolve those defaults with the company owner. On item D, Legal counsel, this staff provided council an update on the status of the sale of the property. This was previously approved by council. We've had some delays in closing on the property, closing on that sale. So I provided an update on the new closing date and the conditions. Therefore, for item E, this was a lawsuit that had been filed. It has now been non-suited, and therefore no further action will be needed on that matter. On item F and G, I provided council with the status of those cases as they are pending. For item H, items H, I, and J, you took action earlier this evening on those, and so I think the explanation is self-explanatory.
All right. Thank you very much. Council, do y'all have any closing remarks? All right. I am going to call this meeting adjourned at 11:09 p.m. Stan, you can quit recording now.
All right, everybody.
Thank you all.
Good night. Thank you.